All right, back on the record in the Simpson matter. Mr. Simpson is again present before the court with his counsel, Mr. Cochran, Mr. Thompson, Mr. Scheck, people represented by Mr. Kellberg, Ms. Clark, Mr. Clark, Mr. Harmon. Jury is not present. Counsel, anything we need to take up before we invite the jurors to rejoin us to conclude the cross-examination of Dr. Gerdes?
Your Honor,
Mr. Kellberg, good morning.
good morning, Your Honor. From my attire, you may expect that I was not anticipating a visit to your courtroom this morning, and that was the case, except that I was informed by way of a communication between Mr. Yokelson of our office and Mr. Douglas of the defense late Friday afternoon that in the most recent witness list for this week, the defense has named Drs. Baden and Wolf as, I think, witnesses or prospective witnesses 4 and 5. I had asked Mr. Yokelson on Friday, August 4th, to make a formal request to Mr. Shapiro for any report from either of these doctors. We have never received a report from either one of them. And this morning I spoke to Mr. Cochran, who indicated that there may not be a report. I pointed out that when Dr. Baden twice has been retained by our office, he has always submitted a report. But setting that aside, I learned to try cases when this court, I believe, learned to try cases before reciprocal discovery, and so trial by ambush is not an unusual procedure by which one learns to do cross-examination. But if this is to be a search for the truth, and if there is to be the impact of the reciprocal discovery provision of the California Constitution, I think it's incumbent that both sides share their materials. In this regard, if there's not going to be a report, if they've made a tactical decision not to have a report prepared, that'll be the subject of cross-exam, but I'd like to see every note that these people have. I think it's important to remember, we know Dr. Baden has been involved with the defense since at least June 17th, because we have the picture of Dr. Baden with Dr. Huizinga examining Mr. Simpson's hand, as I recall, one of the exhibits that's been marked. And so I would like whatever they have, because I have no idea what they're going to testify to. I had a brief conversation with Mr. Shapiro about 2 weeks ago where he indicated that if one or both Drs. Baden or Wolf were called, that it might be on a limited basis and he would have a report. Apparently that may be changing. Again, I'll cross-examine these people if I don't get a note and I don't get a report, but I don't think that the people's will for reciprocal discovery is advanced if in fact I do not stand here and make a request through the court to get what is in fact our entitlement under that California constitutional provision.
All right, thank you, Mr. Kellberg. Mr. Cochran. Good morning.
Your Honor, in this matter, we are very, very aware of our responsibilities under reciprocal discovery. I think you, I, and Mr. Kellberg all learned how to try cases under the old system, and we've adjusted to the new system, obviously. That's part of being a lawyer, I suppose, and being fairly intelligent is the ability to adapt. The problem is Mr. Shapiro is not here and may not be here today. He'll be handling any witnesses that we call from a forensic pathology standpoint. And he's mindful of his obligations. It's an interesting argument. I just like to point this out, Your Honor. If witnesses don't normally write reports, we don't have to ask them to do a report. In this case, several times we said, write a report so we won't have any problem. Then we still get whipsawed. I mean, you can't win. And people should understand that. You can't win. If we ask to get a report, or they don't normally even write a report, then the prosecution says, well, gee, that report came late, and we want to delay. So, you cannot win. Let's just make that clear. And this search for truth works both sides. He said, North Carolina, it's everywhere, and we want to search for truth also. But let me just say this. If there are notes, he's entitled to notes. I can tell you they don't normally write reports, but if Mr. Shapiro makes the decision, as we've done with the other witnesses, say, write a report so we don't have any problems with these people, then we'll do that too. But I can't say he's not here yet.
Right.
But we will do.
We'll wait for Mr. Shapiro to write.
Yeah, and Judge, if he doesn't come, he may be working with him. I will speak with him and get word and report it back. And Mr. Kellberg, we can let him know at his office.
And Your Honor, Mr. Cochran was kind enough to identify the last name on this witness list, who none of us was familiar with, J. Uko, U-K-O. And apparently this is Dr. Uko, a pathologist from Buffalo. My request goes to Dr. Uko as well as Drs. Baden and Wolf. And I have nothing to say about North Carolina. I'm not trying to make a pitch for anything other than the limited responsibilities I face at the end of this week.
Well then, Mr. Kellberg, why don't you see if you can't contact Mr. Shapiro?
Or I'll do it for him, Your
All
Honor.
right.
Thank you.
And
Okay.
I'll give Mr. Cochran my office.
All right. Thank you, counsel. All right, Mr. Clark, we ready to proceed?
Actually, two items, if I might bring them to the court's attention. The first relates to the grant proposal, and it's my intention, the court may recall that that proposal was faxed to this courtroom. Having reviewed that material, there are two areas of inquiry that I wish to make, but not as to the specifics of the technology contained in it. I wanted to bring that to the court's attention before I launched into that.
Perhaps he could, Mr. Clark, at sidebar or in a sealed record can indicate what that is so that I can just...
What's the nature of your inquiry, Mr. Clark?
Approaches in the laboratory of the witness. I can be more specific, but I'd like to do it outside the presence of the witness.
I'm just
All right.
have those proprietary...
Dr. Gerdes, why don't you wait outside, please?
Your Honor, could we approach on this because I just have that proprietary...
Mr. Clark
concern.
indicates it has nothing to do with the particular topic, just the technique involved.
Correct. The two areas of inquiry that I wish to make is there is reference in the proposal and a description of this witness's laboratory as being a laboratory that uses primarily, quote, home-brewed, unquote, methods, as opposed to kits. And I think that's an area that's significant in the context of this witness's prior testimony. So that's a fairly brief and narrow area. Actually, it's probably a couple of questions. The second area relates to a further description of the laboratory as a progressive reference laboratory that rapidly seeks to implement new DNA technologies. And I think that obviously is relevant to this inquiry as well. So my intent is not to get into the specifics of the proposed technique whatsoever.
All right, thank you for the warning.
The second relates to discovery. And in the same vein as Mr. Kelberg, I'd like to give the court a very brief history of what's occurred since last Monday. Either Tuesday or Wednesday of last week, I was provided by Mr. Scheck 6 pages of Dr. Gerdes' notes. At the noon recess on Friday, the court may recall Dr. Gerdes referred in his testimony to further notes that he had in his possession. And at that time, per Mr. Scheck, those further notes were, quote, provided long ago to the people in discovery. Mr. Blazier indicated at that time that that was not the case and that in fact they were not provided to the people because they were never asked for. Now I think that's an important comment, particularly in light of Mr. Cochran's comments just a few moments ago, that the people are entitled to notes. And so here's a situation in which there were clearly notes that existed. Dr. Gerdes had them in his notebook. The defense was apparently aware of them, and yet we were denied discovery of them until Friday at noon of last week. Now, copies were made of those notes. They contain some important information that I will further address the witness about. We're not seeking a remedy as to this witness at this point, but I think it's important that that event be known, particularly in light of what Mr. Kelberg just stated, and also in light of what will be the approaching witnesses, at least by the information that we received last Friday as to the next DNA witnesses. It's my request that with respect to those DNA witnesses, and there are at this point 3, apparently to follow Dr. Gerdes, that Mr. Harmon would ask a brief moment to address the court about obtaining discovery of those materials immediately, if that's acceptable to the court.
No, I think you just made the request on his behalf. I don't think you need to add anything more to that other than to name the individuals.
Well, at this point, I think I would like to add that we have been notified that those individuals are Dr. Speed, Dr. Mullis, and Dr. Shields, and at least in terms of any witnesses, particularly those who may involve statistics, that frankly it's a bit inconceivable that there aren't notes about calculations of population frequency data related to this case, and yet at this point we've received 0.
Just the first matter is that I'm glad Mr. Clark raised this issue. Mr. Blazier and Mr. Douglas, as the court recalls, were handling the discovery and showed the court various notes and had made a legal determination, since they're the California lawyers, under the Hines case as to which notes were turned over or not. And the 2 sets of notes that we're talking about is that Dr. Gerdes made some handwritten notations when he did his lab tour, and pictures were taken when all the LAPD people were there, and they took the same pictures and they were there on the same tour. I had mistakenly believed that those notes had been turned over. That was just a mistake, and they were given to them at that time. I was informed by Mr. Blazier that those were in the category of notes that are turned over when the witness testified. They're not, they were not notations of any reports or calculations or examinations that he had done. I had made sure that the charts, the contamination analysis, the unexpected allele analysis had been turned over months ago, along with Dr. Gertie's report. The other notes that Mr. Clark is referring to are handwritten notes that Dr. Gertie's made that are really inventories of what is contained in the raw material. In other words, he has a series of notebooks here that contain some but not all of the data, and on the cover page of each section, he has notations about what is, it's like a table of contents as to what's in the other materials. And I would just note in passing that at various times when I approached the witness stand when Gary Sims was testifying, I know it was true of Renee Montgomery and Mr. Yamuchi, other witnesses, they had similar kinds of table of contents notes in terms of the materials and other notations to themselves that I suppose I now understand under the rules I could have asked for at that time, but I saw what they were. So those are the nature of those notes, and I just want to make that clear because I don't want to get into any trouble on discovery obligations. I'm relying on the California lawyers here who have been to the court and have gone through these materials.
Well, at this point, since Mr. Clark is not asking for any particular sanction, let's not waste a lot of time.
I just wanted to make clear to you exactly what the nature of this was so that...
Now, having said that, what about the next three?
Well, Mr. Neufeld will address Dr. Speed, who he's going to put on, and as far as and he's actually putting on the other two witnesses, and at this time we have nothing that no reports and no notes in the nature of anything that we think we have to disclose at this time.
Right, even in the nature of statistical calculations?
No,
or...
there's no, I can, unless they're doing something now, there's nothing in the nature of statistical calculations that Dr. Speed is doing. I feel quite certain of that. But again, that's, Mr. Neufeld would know better than I, but I feel fairly certain of that.
All right. Deputy McNair, let's have the jurors, please.
Before he asks any questions about the term home brewed, that we can find it in the report, he doesn't know the page. Seated. Let the record reflect that we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Gerties, would you resume the witness stand, please? All right, the record should reflect that Dr. John Gerties is on the witness stand undergoing cross-examination by Mr. Clark. Good morning again, Doctor.
Good morning.
Doctor, you are reminded, sir, you are still under oath, and Mr. Clark, you may conclude your cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Morning, Dr. Gerdes.
Good morning.
Dr. Gerdes, you recall testifying last week that at the LAPD laboratory where DNA extraction is done, that the laboratory does not use a laminar flow hood.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, you visited the laboratory, is that correct, in December of '94?
Yes.
And you took a tour of the lab, is that a fair description?
Yes.
And that tour included the DNA laboratory, correct?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to display to the witness Exhibit 1301, which is a photograph of the laboratory. Dr. Gerdes, can you see that from that angle?
Yes.
And in particular, with respect to this photograph, does this photo show the hood that you described during your testimony in the DNA lab at the LAPD?
It does.
Now, as far as your tour of the laboratory back in December, did you take notes during that tour?
Yes.
And in fact, did you create rough, let's say, diagrams of various locations at the DNA laboratory at the Los Angeles Police Department?
Yes.
Your diagrams included the area where DNA is extracted, is that right?
Yes.
As well as where the hood is located?
I believe so, yes.
In terms of your keeping those notes, did you attempt to be as accurate as possible, setting aside exact scale?
Yeah, there was no scale, and it was just to give me a rough idea so that I could go back to those and recall what I've seen.
Now, did you have occasion to provide to the people last Friday notes that you took, including a diagram or diagrams of this particular tour?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, I'd ask to have marked as people's next in order a single page, which I'm showing to counsel.
569.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Dr. Gerdes, showing you People's Exhibit 569. Does that appear to be a Xerox copy of one of your notes?
Yes.
And is that in fact the note that contains a rough sketch or rough diagram of the extraction area at the Los Angeles Police Department?
Yes. These notes were taken on 12/19, the first visit.
December 1994?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I display a portion of this note also?
You may.
Now, I don't know, Dr. Gerdes, can you see the screen from there?
Yes, I can.
Does this appear to be the lower portion of that single page of notes, People's Exhibit 569?
Yes.
And is this your rough sketch or rough diagram of the DNA extraction area at the LAPD?
Yes.
Now, there appears to be a fairly long rectangle, comparatively speaking, in the middle of the diagram, which is, I'm not sure I can really read it, but it looks like it has two words. Is that right?
Yes, it says sorting
And
bench, I believe is what it says.
just
right
to
there.
the left of where the arrow is located?
Yes.
All right, and then off to the left of that long rectangle, towards the top, there appears to be a square with the term hood written inside.
Yes.
Now, off to the left of that, what are the other two words that precede the word hood?
It says lam flow.
Meaning what?
Well, at that time, I hadn't really noticed that this wasn't a laminar flow hood. I put down laminar flow, and I didn't really realize until the second visit that this was not a laminar flow hood.
So upon your initial visit to the Los Angeles Police Department, you recorded in your notes laminar flow hood to describe that particular hood.
Yes. That's incorrect.
All right. Was that a mistake?
It was something that I checked later on and found to be a mistake, yes.
Now, Dr. Gerdes, you testified last week that in your opinion, DQ alpha PCR typing is not ready for forensic testing, correct?
In my opinion, yes.
And that continues to be your opinion today, correct?
Until adequate controls are incorporated to control the contamination problem, that continues to be my opinion.
And it's your opinion that it should not be used for either including potential donors of DNA or excluding them? Oh.
Yes.
Are you familiar with a method of typing what's called mitochondrial DNA?
Yes.
Does that use PCR also?
It does, to produce a product that's then sequenced.
Okay, and without getting into great detail, does that method involve, after amplifying a sample, basically looking at the pieces of DNA information, these letters, A's, T's, G's, and C's, one by one?
Yes.
Is that a method that is in place in forensic laboratories around the world?
Not on a routine basis.
In your opinion, is it ready for use in forensics?
No.
You referred last week to a number of scientific publications discussing DQ alpha as, and I think you used the term demonstration papers.
In my opinion, that's what they are, yes.
Now, you have testified for approximately the last 5 years that PCR DQ alpha typing should not be used in forensics, correct?
I've been very consistent in expressing my opinions about contamination and my concerns, yes.
And that's been for about 5 years?
Yes.
And you've actually come to courtrooms like this and testified the same way as far as that particular opinion for the last 5 years?
That's true.
As far as your own laboratory, is it correct that most of the methods that you use in your lab in Denver are methods that don't involve the use of kits?
No, that's not true.
Are most of the tests that you use tests that do involve the use of kits?
Yes.
You mentioned chlamydia. That's one of the tests for a sexually transmitted disease that you use a kit that's actually manufactured by Roche, correct?
That's correct.
What are the other tests that you use a kit in?
Oh, well, there's the vast majority of the testing our laboratory does. Testing for antibodies for HIV, HTLV, I can go on and on. It's probably a page-long list of things, most of which we do use FDA-approved kits.
Are any of these kits manufactured, well, let me rephrase that. Were any of these kits developed in your own laboratory?
No.
Is it then your testimony that most of your methods, well, let me strike that. Rephrase that if I may, Your Honor. As far as a grant proposal that you described during your direct examination, do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
This related to a grant that you have fairly recently received, is that right?
Yes.
That related to a particular technique developed in your laboratory, is that right?
It hasn't been developed yet. That's what the grant is for, is we're proposing to develop that technology.
So the grant is basically your laboratory receiving money to develop a particular technique.
Yes.
As far as that grant, does this process involve your laboratory submitting a proposal to a government agency?
Yes.
And then and the government agency then uses that proposal to decide whether or not to grant your laboratory money to look at this proposed technique?
That's correct.
As part of that proposal, are you required to describe a number of different things in this application for money?
Of course.
Including the technique that you wish to try to devise,
That's true.
as well as information about the laboratory,
Yes.
as well as information about the individuals who would be involved in developing this technique.
That's true.
Dr. Gerdes, in this particular grant proposal, are you familiar with it?
Of course,
And you've read the entire document?
I wrote it.
You wrote the entire document, all right. Isn't it true that in that document, you state in reference to your laboratory, most of our testing could be described as home brewed as opposed to commercial kits?
The witness be shown the entire paragraph.
Show him what page it is of the...
Dr. Gerdes, if I can refer you to what appears to be page 31 of the proposal.
What part of this page are you at? Oh, here I see it. Okay.
That statement that I just read, was that a statement that you wrote in that proposal?
Yes, it refers to the fact that in our laboratory we do go through some research and development, and then it's progressed on to testing that's routine, and it has to do with our research and development department. It has nothing to do with the testing menu that we offer at the present time, which is what you asked me initially.
Well, is it then correct that most of the testing methods in your laboratory are, quote, home brewed?
Well, most of the newer methods, this is talking about the next generation, if you will, from our laboratory. Most of what we do at the present time are kits that are FDA approved. What we hope to do is to move into the field of development of new diagnostic technologies, and we have been involved in that process since I've been hired. That's one of my jobs. But we are not yet using those types of tests for routine testing.
What does home brewed mean?
It simply means that you're developing the test yourself as opposed to buying a kit.
You've described the chlamydia test kit as FDA approved, correct?
Correct.
What are the other testing kits in casework that are FDA approved in your lab?
For DNA, or?
Yes.
That would be the only one for DNA. All of the kits that we use, other than that particular kit, involve serological methods.
Which don't involve testing DNA.
Correct.
Can I have just a moment again, Your Honor? Now, as far as degraded samples, Dr. Gerdes, and we spoke about that last week, your concern about the reliability of results obtained using PCR-based testing in forensics is based really on the nature of the specimen. In other words, the fact that it's a blood stain that may have been on a sidewalk as opposed to blood removed from a patient in a hospital, right? Is that correct?
That's one of the aspects, yes.
Now, as far as this use of DQ-alpha testing, are you familiar with its use on cases in which defendants have been, for instance, in prison for a number of years?
Yes.
And in fact, DQ-alpha testing has been used to determine years later that a person may have been innocent of a crime. Is that correct?
It's been done for that, yes.
And in fact, inmates have been released from prison as a result of as a result of typing results obtained by using this PCR DQ-alpha method.
That's true.
Those cases may involve cases that occurred years earlier. Is that correct?
That's true.
Your concerns about degraded samples would apply equally to those cases as well. Isn't that true? Where the samples may be years old.
Yes.
Is it your view that under those circumstances that inmates should not be released from prison as a result of DQ-alpha typing conducted what may be years later?
I think you have to take every case by case in terms of how much weight to put on that or whatever, but my position has always been consistent that until you have more adequate controls, and in specific in those kinds of samples where they're old, degraded, and in small quantities, this technology has a tremendous risk of error.
As far as the samples that were not amplified and typed at the Los Angeles Police Department, and I asked you a number of questions about that last week, correct?
Excuse me, go ahead.
Sure. As far as the samples that were not amplified and typed, in other words, they weren't subjected to this PCR process and typed at the LAPD, do you recall that?
Yes.
Isn't it true that independent laboratories who reach the same results adds confidence to the results themselves? In other words, the layer or level of confidence that an analyst can have in the accuracy of those results.
It will give you confidence from that step on, but what happens in the previous steps can't be cross-checked.
Isn't it correct, Dr. Gerdes, that if you work in two separate labs and try and come up independently with the same result, then that's always going to be a confirmation of the test and give you more reliability?
Only if both labs handled totally those specimens independently. That means they're collected and sent, as we described earlier in the clinical situation, to both labs and are never exposed one lab to the other.
Haven't you previously testified to what I just stated, Dr. Gerdes?
I may have, but that was prior to more recent cases where it's become more and more obvious that there are problems early on.
Strike non-responsive, Your Honor.
Sustained. The last part of the answer is stricken and jury is to disregard.
Dr. Gerdes, haven't you testified previously to what I just read to you?
Yes.
Samples 48, 50, and 52, the bloodstains at Bundy, were swatches sent to different laboratories, correct?
Correct.
As far as Cellmark is concerned, and I'd like to shift your attention to known samples, or if we use the term reference samples, can that indicate, as far as these questions, we're talking about known samples from the people who may be involved in a case, all right?
Correct.
Referring in this case to Mr. Simpson,
Yes.
as well as Nicole Brown and Ronald Goldman.
Yes.
Isn't it correct that when Cellmark conducted its testing on the known samples, they were done blindly?
They were coded, yes.
And by coded, what do you mean?
They were given a code number when they arrived at the laboratory, and then the technician would type it from there.
Well, in addition...
So blinded, if you want to call it that, yes.
In addition to having a code number, isn't it correct that the actual known reference samples weren't labeled for Cellmark's purposes as to who of the three people they came from?
As they received them?
Yes.
I don't recall if that's the case. I know they were labeled with a code name, but I'm not sure if they had also the information as to who they were from. I'd have to double check.
All right. Do you have information at your hand that would be able, would help you answer that question?
Perhaps I do. That appears to be correct. They were labeled with a code name, and it doesn't have who it is next to it.
So Cellmark was in fact given these known samples, and they were coded C1, C2, and C3, weren't they?
That's correct.
And they were not given information about which sample was Mr. Simpson's,
That's correct.
which sample was Mr. Goldman's,
Correct.
and what sample was Nicole Brown's.
Correct.
In your opinion, is that an important step?
I think that's the way to do it, yes.
Isn't it also correct that as far as the DQ alpha types that the Department of Justice typed, that those reference samples were done after most of the evidence was typed?
I believe that's true.
And in fact, isn't it true that the known samples were not typed until after there were PCR results on several of the Bundy blood drops at the Department of Justice?
I don't recall if that's specifically the case, but that's possible.
after several of the stains from the Bronco were tested by the Department of Justice?
That's possible.
Well, isn't it true?
I don't recall that. I can look it up if you'd like and try and look that up.
Is that something you think you can find in your notes?
I think I can.
All right.
Just curious.
That appears to be the case, yes.
Those reference samples were typed after, for instance, one of the blood trail at Rockingham was typed, one of those drops
That's correct.
also,
That's correct.
as well as most of the samples on the glove,
Yes,
as well as most of the samples on the socks as well.
at DOJ, yes.
In your view, is that also an important step to take, to type those reference samples after evidence is typed?
I think that was appropriate.
Now, I'd like to return, if I could, Dr. Gerdes, to the fact that in your laboratory, you develop methods for use in DNA typing in your lab, correct?
Correct.
Part of your function at the laboratory, and I believe you said you're director of the research and development arm of the lab,
That's one of the titles I have, yes.
and in that role, as far as the research and development role of the laboratory, you try to develop methods that other laboratories can use, correct?
Yes,
And in fact, your proposal for a grant is one such proposal, to develop a specific technique to type DNA that other laboratories can use.
hopefully, yes.
You want to make sure that your techniques operate properly before they're used, for instance, in clinical casework.
Of course,
That's absolutely essential, isn't it?
of course.
You also want to be able to market or sell these methods as quickly as possible. Isn't that correct?
Yes,
Is your laboratory committed to rapidly implementing DNA technology to diagnostic testing?
yes,
And in fact, you want to get these new techniques out there and marketed as soon as possible, correct?
we have a projection as to how long this will take. The technology we're describing is so new, it's going to take 3 to 5 years before we even confirm the technology itself. So we're really not talking about marketing for that many years.
Well, Dr. Gerdes, isn't it true that your laboratory is committed to getting these newly developed techniques into the clinical laboratory as quickly as possible?
We would like that, yes.
And in fact, that's what you told the United States government as far as your grant proposal, didn't you?
Yes.
As far as, and we've talked about PCR as one technique, there's also the technique of RFLP that you discussed in your direct examination, correct?
Yes.
Can we call those different methods or methodologies? What word would you feel comfortable with to describe that they're two different techniques?
Different methods is fine.
Isn't it correct that a consistency in result, that is, that a result is giving the same answer from both PCR testing as well as RFLP testing on the same sample, is one measure of the accuracy of the PCR technique?
It does tell you some information. The RFLP is a more discriminating test, so you would expect that there would be a number of occasions where the PCR would include someone and RFLP would exclude them.
Okay. And that's certainly one characteristic of RFLP typing, that it's more powerful in telling people apart, correct?
Correct.
If you saw PCR results that, for instance, exclude someone, and from the same sample an RFLP result included the person, that would give you great pause for concern about PCR typing, wouldn't it?
Not necessarily. Depends on how many probes, and in any genetic analysis you look at multiple markers, and once you find an exclusion, if it's confirmed especially, then you have to believe that.
Well, let's make it more specific. Let's say that on a particular sample you saw a 5-probe RFLP match. That would be powerful evidence of who that sample came from, wouldn't it?
It would.
If you saw a PCR result on the same sample that revealed results that excluded that person, wouldn't that give you concern about the PCR result?
In a forensic setting, yes.
So therefore, if there is consistency between the RFLP results and PCR results, doesn't that give you greater confidence in the PCR results?
It can.
Well, haven't you testified previously, Dr. Gerdes, that you have no problem with the RFLP technology?
I have.
And you've testified in this case that you have no problem with several of the RFLP matches in this case. Isn't that right?
That's right.
Isn't it in fact the case that if there's an RFLP match on a sample, in your opinion, that validates the PCR result on that sample?
It can.
Haven't you previously testified that it does?
I probably have in the past, yes.
Isn't it true that if there's an RFLP match on the same sample that a PCR result is obtained, that RFLP match confirms the PCR result on that sample?
Of course, you have to look at the samples. Even in RFLP, there are going to be circumstances where those kinds of results need to be looked at with suspicion in terms of whether it's a mixed sample and the same sorts of issues that we discussed earlier in general in terms of DNA technology and forensics. So you can't make a broad, blanket, general statement like that. You need to look at the circumstances for each item, even in an RFLP test.
Dr. Gerdes, haven't you previously testified that if you get a PCR result on a sample and you already have an RFLP result on that sample, that RFLP result confirms the PCR result?
Assuming there are no difficulties or suspicions about the nature of the sample or mixtures or other complications like that.
Isn't it true, doctor, that if you cross-check the PCR results and RFLP results on enough samples in a given case, that is a significant method of validation?
I wouldn't call it validation.
Haven't you used those exact words, Dr. Gerdes?
I believe maybe 3 years ago I might have.
And in fact, those words that you used were just as I stated to you, were they not? That if you cross-check the PCR results and RFLP results in a given case on enough samples, that is in fact a significant method of validating the accuracy of the PCR results.
I probably said that, but you have to look at the context around then. I'm sure I also said that you have to look at the sample and the things that I've talked about here.
When you said it, did you mean it?
Yes.
Have a moment, Your Honor. Didn't you in fact testify to what I just read to you only less than 1 year ago?
I don't remember how long ago it was.
Should have an opportunity to see what he's referring to. I thought those were the rules.
Well, we'll, at this point, but if you're going to confront him with the specifics, we need to see it.
I understand. Do you recall testifying in a case involving a defendant named McIntosh in the state of California?
Yes, I do.
Isn't it correct that in that case you testified to the fact that if there is this cross-check on enough samples, that that is a significant method of validation?
Needs to be confronted with the specifics.
Same
Objection needs to be confronted with the
Sustained.
specifics.
form of the question.
Dr. Gerdes, with regard to this McIntosh case, didn't you testify in that case under a year ago?
Yes,
And isn't it in that case that you made that specific comment that I just read to you?
I may have.
Counsel, do you have volume, line, page?
Could we approach the bench?
You need to have that.
Can I proceed and return to that, Your Honor?
I'm going to move to strike unless he can show us a specific reference.
Proceed.
Thank you.
It will be subject to a motion to strike, though.
In your view, Dr. Gerdes, is a 5-probe RFLP match a significant match?
Yes,
What about a 6-probe match? Is that significant?
yes,
An 8-probe match?
yes,
Is a 14-probe match on a sample significant as far as RFLP typing?
yes.
Is a 14-probe match significant whether it's PCR or RFLP on a sample?
You know, it depends on the samples. We need to, again, you know, all of these are significant in terms of the number of matches, but you have to, of course, take into consideration the nature of the sample, whether there's a mixture or not. There are other things that complicate this issue. I can't just give you a blanket statement that that many probes is significant unless I know the nature of the samples and whether they're mixtures and those sorts of issues.
If you see a sample that's a 6-probe match that's showing either 1 or 2 bands that clearly match the 1 or 2 bands that an individual has, that's a significant match, isn't it?
Vague.
Yes,
And whether it's 8 or 14, if 6 is significant, anything higher is more significant, isn't that right?
that's true.
Now, as far as this case, did you examine the RFLP results obtained by the laboratories in this case?
I did.
And you are familiar with them?
Yes,
Isn't it correct, Dr. Gerdes, that as far as the RFLP and PCR results in this case, that the RFLP results confirm the PCR results in this case?
in certain items, yes.
It's true on a number of items, isn't it?
Yes,
And in fact, this case involves many RFLP matches, doesn't it?
yes.
Have you seen a case with more RFLP matches in your history of consulting with criminal defendants?
Sustained.
Your Honor, at this time I have a board that I would like to be marked as people's next in order.
570? 570.
570?
570.
Actually, would it? I think in the normal place, if that's acceptable.
May I step down?
Yes. Now, Dr. Gerdes, I'd like to show you what's been marked. People's Exhibit 570, I believe.
570.
This board is entitled at the top Results of RFLP DNA Analysis, is that right?
Yes.
And then there appear to be a number of different samples listed on the far left, is that right?
Yes.
And then across to the right are columns entitled basically which laboratory produced the result,
Yes.
followed by what the RFLP results were in terms of the number of probes.
Yes.
And then lastly, individuals who are not excluded from those particular samples as having been the donors of the DNA. Is that right?
That's right.
Now, turning your attention first, there appear to be 4 samples from LAPD item number 9, the glove. Is that correct?
Yes.
And on those, and let's start with the first sample, and can we use G1? Is that a way of telling the 4 samples apart?
Yes.
That sample revealed results from the Department of Justice after testing at 5 RFLP probes, correct?
Correct.
And those results excluded, that is, indicated a mixture of Nicole Brown and Ronald Goldman, correct?
Correct.
In your testimony, you have not criticized the accuracy of that result, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, in your testimony, you have conceded that that result is accurate.
Yes.
Incidentally, when you use the term, what does a significant match mean? I'm not sure that question was clear. Let me rephrase it. As far as a 5-probe match or a 6-probe match and so on being a significant match, what does the term significant mean in that context to you?
As you know, there's a controversy as to how, what level of significance there is. But in my opinion, 5 probes would be certainly very significant in terms of putting some weight as to that match.
And in fact, in your opinion, that would be strong evidence that in fact a sample that matches at 5 probes came from a particular individual who matches that sample.
Again, it's controversial, and I'm not a population biologist. I'm not involved in that controversy, but that it would be, in my opinion, significant.
When you perform a paternity analysis, how many probes do you routinely use in determining whether or not a father is the father of a child?
Paternity, you're comparing apples and oranges. It's a different statistics. It's done in an entirely different way, so it's really not a good comparison, but we do use 5 probes.
5 probes?
Yeah.
Would that be the same number as were used on at least item G1?
Yes.
All right. Turning to G2, those results reflected a 5-probe RFLP match to both Nicole Brown and Ronald Goldman, correct?
Correct.
And you have no scientific criticism of that result.
No.
Turning to G3, that result revealed an 8-probe match to Ronald Goldman, correct?
Yes.
And in your view, that result was appropriate, correct?
Yes.
And then lastly, on the gloved area G4, the results showed a 5-probe RFLP match to both Ronald Goldman and Nicole Brown, correct?
Correct.
No criticism of that result.
That's correct.
Turning to the Rockingham foyer, item number 12, Cellmark produced a 5-probe match to Mr. Simpson using RFLP, correct?
Correct.
You don't have any criticism of the accuracy of the results obtained by Cellmark, correct?
That's correct.
Turning to the sock, in fact, there were a total of, and let's start with the ankle area, both the Department of Justice and Cellmark tested the ankle area of the sock using RFLP, correct?
Correct.
That testing revealed at the Department of Justice an 11-probe match to Nicole Brown, correct?
Correct.
Cellmark also probed staining from that same sample at 5 probes, is that right?
Correct.
How many probes does that total?
16.
Is that then a 16-probe match with Nicole Brown?
It is.
If 2 of the probes used by Cellmark and DOJ were the same, would it then be a 14-probe match in reality?
Yes.
And that's in fact the case, isn't it, Dr.
Yes.
Gerdes?
Yes.
That 2 of the probes used by those laboratories are the same.
Yes.
You have no quarrel with the accuracy of the results on the sock, is that right?
That's correct.
Turning to the Bundy walkway, item number 52, Cellmark produced a 5-probe match with Mr. Simpson, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, that data correctly reveals a 5-probe match with Mr. Simpson, correct?
In this particular item, there's very little DNA, and in this particular item, I disagree with that.
Is it your opinion that Dr. Cotton was incorrect when she concluded that that match existed with regard to Mr. Simpson?
She's not incorrect in concluding the match, but the source of the DNA here is what the issue is. That's where the question is. It's very little DNA. It's down at the level of DNA where cross-contamination could be the explanation. And the circumstances under which that particular item was handled makes that a distinct possibility.
Dr. Gerdes, is it your testimony that the RFLP results on item number 52 came from contamination?
Yes.
And in fact, is it your opinion to a reasonable scientific certainty that item 52 revealed DNA that was not from the donor of the blood stain, but in fact came from another source?
I think it's consistent with that.
You're not offering an opinion that it came, but you're raising the possibility. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Turning to item number 78, the Ronald Goldman boot drop, that revealed a 5-probe match to Nicole Brown and Ronald Goldman, correct?
Correct.
And then lastly on this board, referring to item number 117, the Bundy rear gate. First of all, how many probes? There doesn't appear to be anything written in under RFLP results, correct?
Correct.
Can you tell us how many probes that sample matched Mr. Simpson at?
I don't recall offhand, at least 5, but I'm not sure how many they did.
All right. Is that something that you can determine from your notes?
I did not bring the RFLP notes with me.
Are they available in the courtroom? As far as your notes?
My notes, no.
Yes. All right.
I can suggest this.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Just to object to counsel's comments. Thank you.
Proceed.
Dr. Gerdes, are you guessing that it was at 5 probes?
Unless I look that up, I don't know exactly how many probes there were on that particular item.
Your testimony has revealed you have no criticism of that match to Mr. Simpson. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. Incidentally, Dr. Gerdes, you're not familiar with the fact that there were serology tests conducted on many of these evidence items, correct?
We've gone over this.
It's merely foundational to the next question.
All right. Proceed.
I'm not familiar with I have not seen the reports. I'm familiar that they were done, but I'm not familiar with the specifics.
Isn't it true that if the serology results confirmed, well, let me rephrase that. Isn't it true that if the serology results were consistent with the PCR results, that serology would be another methodology that the accuracy of the PCR results can be cross-checked against?
Objection has the issues beyond the scope.
Sustained. We've already asked that question.
Do you utilize serology to confirm the accuracy of any of the results in your own laboratory?
It's the other way around. We have serological tests where we may do PCR to confirm that
So you use PCR to confirm the accuracy of your serology results?
in certain circumstances.
Incidentally, serologic techniques aren't nearly as sensitive as PCR, correct?
That's correct.
It would be much harder to cross-contaminate a sample and obtain a serological result than it would a PCR result, correct?
In general, that's true, yes.
In other words, cross-contamination isn't the same concern with serologic techniques because they're not as sensitive as PCR is to detect small amounts.
It depends. You have to look at the specific tests and so forth, but in general, that's true.
As far as cross-checking by these different techniques, PCR and RFLP, isn't it true that additional markers beyond DQ alpha, such as polymarker, the 5 polymarkers, and D1S80, give the analyst an opportunity to cross-check the accuracy of results even more?
Again, you have to talk about the specifics. In the polymarker system, there's a 2-probe. In most cases, there are 2 allele systems. Except, 2 of them are 3 allele, and the rest are 2 allele systems. And if you're dealing with mixtures such as a contaminant would introduce, it's frequently not informative because you have only 2. You have an A and a B, and if you have both, then it includes everybody. So it's not quite as informative as DQ alpha at being able to look at the possibility of additional human DNA being there.
In other words, as to the polymarkers, they don't have a lot of different variations, correct, individually?
Right. That's correct.
But they can present very informative results when you look at many of them, such as the 5.
It's possible, yes.
D1S80 is another marker, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, it has more variations or different possible types than the 5 poly markers.
Yes.
Nail clippings, and perhaps we can deal with them all at once. Do they produce the same results on each of the 3 separate items?
Yes.
How many different genetic markers produced results consistent with Nicole Brown on each of them?
7.
And lastly, turning to the rear gate, stains 115, 116, and 117. As to item number 117, does 8 probes sound correct?
Yes.
As to the RFLP match with Mr. Simpson?
Yes.
How many different PCR markers were also consistent with Mr. Simpson?
There's 2.
Referring to DQ alpha and D1S80?
Correct.
Dr. Gerdes, isn't it the case that with respect to the Bundy blood results, the RFLP results confirm the PCR markers, whether it's 1 marker or all 7 markers?
On that one item, which it does on the face of it, yes.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, I would like to use Exhibit 260 as similar results for you.
All right.
Dr. Gerdes, referring you to what's People's Exhibit 260, have you again either seen this board or a board with similar results?
Yes.
This board contains a number of results obtained using PCR, correct?
Yes.
And for the record, this is results of DNA analysis of the Bronco.
Thank you, Your Honor. Referring you to the first sample, item number 23 from the interior of the Bronco, did that produce a result consistent with Mr. Simpson at 1 genetic marker type following PCR?
Yes.
Does this board in fact show PCR results only from inside the Bronco?
Yes.
Referring you to the second item, number 24, how many genetic markers were typed that were consistent with Mr. Simpson?
1.
Referring to 25, how many genetic markers were typed consistent with Mr. Simpson?
2.
Turning to the steering wheel, item number 29. First of all, how many genetic markers were actually typed following PCR?
6.
And with regard to those samples, is it your opinion also that from a review of those results, that neither Mr. Simpson nor Nicole Brown can be excluded?
Yes.
Item number 30, how many PCR genetic markers were used?
There are 2.
And 31?
2.
From the sidewall, item number 34, how many?
1.
Incidentally, 30, I neglected to ask this, 30 produced a result from 2 markers consistent with Mr. Simpson.
Yes.
31 produced a result at 2 markers consistent with both Mr. Simpson and Ronald Goldman.
Again, this is the item where the weak 1.3 is in contention as far as I'm concerned. But that's what they say here, yes.
In other words, you have some criticism of the interpretation of that 1.3 allele, correct?
That's correct.
Turning to item number 34, that result at 1 marker was consistent with Mr. Simpson?
Yes.
What about item 293, the carpet on the driver's side? How many markers produced results that were consistent with Nicole Brown?
There are two.
And then lastly, if we can deal with 303, 304, and 305 together, were there in fact two genetic markers that were typed following PCR with those evidence samples?
And these are the evidence items, this last bunch that were collected 1 month later.
Objection, move to strike, non-responsive.
Sustain, answer stricken, jurors to disregard. Ask the question again.
Dr. Gerdes, items 303, 304, and 305 were typed at how many genetic markers following PCR?
2.
And did they in fact produce results not excluding either Mr. Simpson, Ronald Goldman, or Nicole Brown?
That's what's listed.
And then lastly, Your Honor, at this time I'd like to utilize Exhibit 262, a similar result board. Doctor, again, People's Exhibit 262, is that a board again similar to one that you have seen either in this form or a different form?
Yes.
And with regard to the results, starting with SOC number 13, that is the particular item that produced what was a total of a 16 probe match, but was 14 different probes consistent with Nicole Brown, correct?
Correct.
You have conceded, or you have offered the opinion, that that 14 probe match is in fact a correct one, is that right?
Correct.
With regard to that, is that a significant match at 14 probes?
Yes.
And in fact, that's, in your opinion, would that be an extremely significant match?
Again, there's controversy as to how to weight these things. In my opinion, yes, it would be.
I'm sorry, yes, it would be? That sample was typed also at PCR-based markers, wasn't it?
Yes.
How many?
2. Well, sorry, 7.
So 7 different genetic markers typed following PCR achieved the same results as far as consistency with Nicole Brown as the 14 RFLP probe matches, correct?
Correct.
In your opinion, is that an example of an important cross-check between PCR and RFLP results?
It can be looked at as a cross-check, yes.
It is a cross-check, isn't it?
Yes.
If one of those PCR results produced a result that wasn't consistent with Nicole Brown, wouldn't that potentially raise a question about the reliability of PCR typing in forensics?
Yes.
That didn't occur in this case, did it, on this sample?
Not on this sample.
Turning to the remainder, and perhaps we can deal with the remaining samples, that is 5 more evidence items, correct?
Yes.
And they were typed at 2 different genetic markers following PCR?
Yes.
They all produced, at least with regard, we better break it down a little bit. 42A2 produced results consistent with Mr. Simpson at 2 markers, correct?
Correct.
42A3 was actually typed using both PCR and RFLP, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, the RFLP results revealed an 8-probe match to Mr. Simpson on 42A3.
Yes.
The PCR results were consistent with that RFLP result, weren't they?
Yes.
And in fact, the PCR results and the RFLP results were the same in being consistent with Mr. Simpson.
Yes.
Turning to 42A4, was that typed at 2 different PCR genetic markers?
Yes.
Did that in fact produce a result consistent with Mr. Simpson?
Yes.
And then lastly, turning to 42B1 and 42B2, how many genetic markers were typed with those 2 samples?
2.
Producing results consistent with Nicole Brown, correct?
With the exception of 42B2, where this trace 1.2 needs to be interpreted.
In your view, is that possible trace 1.2 the result of real DNA or not?
That's the issue here. When you have traces in this system, you can't tell.
Well, I'm asking you with regard to that sample, what's your opinion?
In that particular sample, I don't know.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
Are we done with 262?
Yes. The court was going to take a break.
10:30.
Very well. One more board I would ask to be marked as equals 561.
571.
571. For the record, this board could be described as a board labeled concordance of cell mark results with DOJ results.
Yes.
Dr. Gerdes, with respect to, and let's start with the first item, 13A1, is it correct, and we've discussed this to some extent a few moments ago, that the RFLP results obtained by each laboratory were consistent with one another, correct?
Correct.
And that's with the fact that as to that sample, there were a number of RFLP probes that matched Nicole Brown, correct?
Correct.
Is that an example of, as you've used the term, significant match?
Yes.
There were also PCR results that you described a few moments ago that were also consistent with Nicole Brown from each laboratory, correct?
On that item, yes.
And in fact, cell marks DQ alpha and polymarker results were consistent with the Department of Justice's DQ alpha and D1S80 results, correct?
Correct.
Would this be an example where different laboratories achieved the same results from the same sample?
Yes.
Turning to the steering wheel, that particular item was typed by Cellmark at 6 genetic markers and by DOJ at one of the same markers, DQ alpha, correct?
Correct.
Those results were consistent with one another, weren't they?
Yes.
Turning to item 47 on the Bundy Walkway, Cellmark's 6 genetic marker results were consistent with DOJ's 2 genetic marker results, one of which was typed by both laboratories. One marker.
Yes.
Turning to item number 48 from the Bundy Walkway, is it correct that the 6 genetic markers typed by Cellmark were consistent with the 2 genetic markers typed by the Department of Justice, again, one of which was the same DQ alpha marker?
Yes.
In these instances, 47, 48, in fact, 2 laboratories tested material from the same sample using the same genetic marker, didn't they?
Yes.
Doesn't that constitute a cross-check of the accuracy of typing results by a laboratory?
Typing that item? Yes.
Turning to item 50, again, 6 genetic markers were typed at Cellmark and 2 genetic markers at DOJ, one of which was the same DQ alpha marker.
Yes.
And in this series, item 52 produced RFLP results obtained by Cellmark, correct?
Yes.
And 6 additional genetic markers following PCR at Cellmark.
Yes.
And then again, 2 PCR-based markers were typed at the Department of Justice, obtaining results the same as at Cellmark, correct?
For that DNA, yes.
And then lastly, turning to item number 84, and that was a series of 3 different samples from fingernail clippings and scrapings, correct?
Correct.
Actually had 3 different numbers because there were 3 different items. With regard to that sample, Cellmark typed them at 6 genetic markers,
Yes.
consistent with Nicole Simpson,
Yes.
Nicole Brown Simpson,
Yes.
and DOJ typed those samples at 1 genetic marker, correct?
Correct.
And as far as the results from those 2 different laboratories, they are in fact consistent with one another in terms of the fact that Nicole Brown could not be excluded as the donor of that DNA, correct?
That's correct.
Isn't this interlaboratory comparison In fact, when one looks at the number of samples, a cross-check of the accuracy of results.
It's a cross-check of the items that were extracted by those labs. Yes.
All right, Your Honor, I was going to change into another area that was going to actually be my final area, but it will take longer than 5 minutes.
Well, let's use the 5 minutes we have.
Very well. Dr. Gerdes, this case doesn't involve testing of one or two evidence items, such as one or two bloodstains on a sidewalk, does it?
That's true.
In fact, in this case, there are more than 40 different evidence samples that produced DNA typing results. Isn't that correct?
That sounds about right.
Isn't it correct that with respect to the negative controls in this case, unstained substrate controls, that's one negative control, correct?
Correct.
A reagent blank, is that another negative control for PCR typing?
Correct.
There's also a negative amplification control, as we discussed last Friday or Thursday.
Correct.
Isn't it correct that all of those controls, the substrate controls, the reagent blanks, the negative amplification controls in this case show no evidence of contamination?
There's one item from Cellmark that's a reagent blank that shows some evidence of contamination. With that one exception, all of the rest appear clean.
How many different runs do these approximately 40 or more than 40 evidence items include in this case? I'm referring to PCR runs.
No, I haven't counted them.
Well, would
But,
samples be
I
run
would-
more than once?
Yes.
How many
some
times?
samples, other samples not.
So some samples would be run one time?
Yes.
What's the most another sample? I'm referring to evidence materials. What's the most times another sample would be run?
Vague and repetitive.
Sustained. It's vague.
In terms of the use of the term run,
All right, let the record reflect that we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Dr. John Gerdes is on the witness stand undergoing cross-examination by Mr. Clark. And Mr. Clark, you may conclude. You're welcome.
I have a moment with counsel.
What is this?
Transcripts.
All right, with the court reporter, please. Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Gerdes, with regard to the LAPD's DNA testing in this case, you have described previously that Mr. Yamauchi conducted PCR typing in this case on June 14 and June 15, correct?
Correct.
And in that testing, he used the controls that you previously described as a result of my asking questions about reagent blanks and so forth, correct?
Correct.
Now, Your Honor, I have another document, one more document I'd ask to be marked as People's, I believe, 572, which I've previously shown to counsel, and with the court's permission, I will display it on the Elmo.
Proceed.
Dr. Gerdes, can you see that?
I'd like to step
That's
down
fine.
if I can.
First of all, this particular document or slide, as is now on the screen, have you had a chance to see that or take a look at it last week?
I saw it briefly, yes.
And did you have an opportunity to calculate the total number of evidence samples, known standards, and controls that Mr. Yamauchi used in his testing in this case?
Yes.
Now, with regard to, and there were two different dates for this testing, is that right?
That's correct.
And on both June 14th and June 15th, Mr. Yamauchi typed evidence samples.
Yes.
He also typed known standards from the three people in this case.
Yes.
And he also utilized a series of controls, is that right?
Yes.
As far as the known standards, do you call those a control or not?
They are in the sense that they are defined as coming from a single individual, and if you can find evidence of human DNA, additional human DNA, that's evidence of contamination.
So, in a sense, the known standards can act as a control, correct?
Correct.
So that if a person was a, let's say, a DQ alpha 1.1, 1.2, and you saw a 3 and a 4 showing up in addition to the 1.1 and 1.2, that's again another opportunity for contamination to signal itself, at least in that sample.
That's correct.
Now, as far as the total number of samples typed by Mr. Yamauchi, is it correct that including both June 14th and June 15th, he typed a total of 42 different samples?
That's correct.
That consisted of 18 evidence samples, whether it's a stain from the sidewalk at Bundy or a sample from the Bronco, correct?
Correct.
Or other samples that he typed as well.
Correct.
He also typed the three known standards from the three individuals in this case, Mr. Simpson, Ms. Brown, and Mr. Goldman.
That's correct.
The total number of evidence and known standards was 21, is that right?
Yes.
And is it also correct that the total number of controls used in this case by Mr. Yamauchi on June 14 and 15 was 21?
Yes.
Is it then correct that of the 42 samples typed by Mr. Yamauchi in this case on June 14th and June 15th, half of them, that is 50%, were controls?
On this specific case, yes.
In your view, is that an adequate number of controls for typing?
It should be.
And in fact it is, isn't it?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Now, Dr. Gerdes, you have last Wednesday and Thursday repeatedly used terms like my interpretation, possibility, and risk. Do you recall using those words?
Yes.
And that was in reference to your testimony about the dangers of contamination in this case, correct?
Yes.
You can't quantify that risk, can you? That is, put a number on the risk.
Well, if there were adequate blind proficiency studies, at least you could have some idea about error rate, which would give you some idea of risk. And the other thing that you can do is, as I've done here, you can look at all of the testing around the time frame of the testing done in an instant case and see how many times errors were made and how many times there was evidence of contamination. So they are, those are objective ways of measuring the amount of risk, but as to coming up with a number that's a specific number that's going to say 80% of the time you'll make a mistake or something like that, no, you can't quantify it.
And in fact, you testified about what you believe to be errors in the laboratory, and we went through each of the 5, correct?
Yes, we did.
Now, as far as your laboratory's work in diagnosis of diseases, you produce results that ultimately go to a doctor, correct?
Correct.
And a doctor is required to notify that patient of risks no matter how unlikely they are to occur, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware of the non-blood stain evidence in this case?
You mean fibers, hair, etc.?
All the other evidence in this case?
Peripherally.
Outside the scope or relevant?
Overruled.
When you say peripherally, doctor, what do you mean?
Well, I certainly did not review specific documents as to those things outside of my field, but I'm aware of them because of media coverage, and just like anybody else would be.
So watching TV, that would be one source?
Yes.
Reading the newspaper?
Yes.
Reading magazines, if you do?
Yes.
You have also testified that it's ultimately for the jury to decide the reliability of the scientific evidence in this case. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
Is it also correct that it is ultimately for the jury to decide whether in fact any contamination occurred in this case?
That's up to their discretion, yes.
All you have told this jury is that there might be contamination in this case, correct?
I believe I've documented as precisely as I can the level of contamination that exists, and from that point on, I've suggested how that may have, or tried to explain how that would have an impact on the case. From that point on, it's up to the jury to deal with that piece of evidence and in the context of the whole case.
You have talked about Dr. Gerde's possibilities, not what actually happened, correct?
Calls for conclusions. Sustained. It's argumentative.
You have spoken, you have described what you'd believe to be possibilities in this case. Is that right?
I have, as objectively as possible, evaluated the level of contamination at LAPD, the errors that I felt were a result of that, the evidence of cross-contamination in the reference samples, and the implications of that in terms of the evidence in this case. That's what I've attempted to explain.
You've spoken about what could happen, not what did happen, correct?
I don't have 100% assurance that that did happen. I have no scientific confidence that it couldn't have happened.
Dr. Gerdes, the results in this case from 3 different laboratories are consistent with the defendant's blood being left at the crime scene, aren't they?
The results from the 3 labs, as far as reported results, yes.
They are consistent with mixtures of DNA from the defendant, Ronald Goldman, and Nicole Brown being found in the Ford Bronco. Isn't that correct?
The results are consistent with that as they're detected.
Incidentally, you haven't suggested to this jury that the defendant's reference sample cross-contaminated the evidence taken from the Bronco, have you?
The fact that I have some indications of cross-contamination in those reference samples obviously increases, again, the risk that it could cross-contaminate something else.
Dr. Gerdes, what I'm asking you is you haven't suggested to this jury that the defendant's reference sample cross-contaminated any evidence in the Bronco, have you?
His particular sample?
Correct.
It's hard to tell. I mean, I have no evidence, specific evidence, hard evidence of that.
You don't have any evidence of it whatsoever, do you?
I have some evidence that the reference samples themselves may have cross-contaminated. At that point, everything becomes suspicious.
Dr. Gerdes, what I'm asking you is, you don't have any evidence whatsoever that the defendant's reference sample cross-contaminated any of the stains from the Bronco.
I don't have any direct evidence of that, no.
Where in the history of these samples did the defendant's reference sample come into even potential contact with the Bronco evidence samples?
There are other items that were collected at that residence who arguably may have come from the defendant. And it may not have been the reference sample, but it may have been some of those items.
Dr. Gerdes, what I'm asking you is, with regard to the defendant's reference sample, when did it come into any potential contact with the Bronco evidence stains?
It didn't.
The results in this case, Dr. Gerdes, are consistent with the defendant's blood leading up to and inside his home on Rockingham. Isn't that correct?
The typing results appear that way, yes.
Those results are consistent with Nicole Brown and Ronald Goldman's blood being found on the glove at Rockingham, correct?
Again, there are multiple explanations. That's one explanation.
Dr. Gerdes, didn't you concede last week that the RFLP matches to the two victims on the glove were correct?
Yes.
Dr. Gerdes, isn't it true that the DNA typing results from the laboratories in this case are consistent with Nicole Brown's and Mr. Simpson's blood being on the sock found at the residence?
Yes, that's true.
And in fact, you've conceded that much during your testimony, correct?
I have.
Now, 5 probes as a match is significant, correct?
We have gone through this part.
When you conduct your paternity testing, you look at individual probes, correct?
Correct.
You look at more than one probe because a father might be excluded as being the father of a particular child, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, you look at routinely 5 different genetic markers, is that right?
That's correct. We're doing DNA only.
Just counting DNA, right?
Yes.
And you're looking at each of those markers, is this potential father or this person who might be the father excluded as the father of that child, correct?
Correct.
Once you look at those probes, you then estimate how rare is that match at one probe.
Sustained. We've gone through this already.
Dr. Gerdes, one of the concerns that you have expressed in forensics is the fact that a sample may be small and you may not be able to retest it, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as errors, and you described how in medical diagnostics, if a patient dies because of a misdiagnosis, you know you've made a mistake. Is that right?
That's a pretty drastic example, but yes.
And you described the fact last week that in your view there is no independent way of assessing whether or not mistakes are made in the forensic setting. Do you recall that?
I believe that's true.
Are you aware of remaining evidence in this case that can be retested?
I'm not aware of any evidence that hasn't been handled by the LAPD that can be retested.
Objection, move to strike, non-responsive. Dr. Gerdes, are you aware of remaining evidence in this case that can be retested?
There are items that can be retested.
There are a number of evidence items, aren't there?
Yes.
And in fact, there are remaining swatches from many of the very items that we've described, that you've described during your testimony in this case.
There are.
Whether it's the Bundy blood drops,
Correct.
whether it's DNA removed from the Bronco,
Correct.
whether it's DNA from the defendant's home,
Correct.
whether it's DNA on the glove,
Correct.
whether it's DNA on the socks.
Correct.
Have you tested any of that?
We don't do this type of testing.
Well, as far as the difference between the testing you do in your laboratory and forensic labs do, you've testified the only difference is the nature of the specimen, a blood stain versus a blood vial, correct?
No, I believe I testified that it's comparing apples and oranges, that there's a completely different setup and statistics involved in paternity from forensics. They really are not the same, other than the fact that the methodology itself, as far as how you run the gels, is the same.
Dr. Gerdes, if you exclude somebody, statistics don't mean anything, do they?
That's true.
In other words, if you test a sample and at a genetic marker someone's excluded as having left a sample at a crime scene, let's say, numbers don't mean a thing.
That's right.
As far as in your laboratory, you have tested the DQ alpha marker before, correct?
Not in a forensic sense.
Have you tested the DQ alpha marker before, doctor?
Yes.
And in that testing, did you feel competent to perform that testing of the DQ alpha marker?
Yes.
As far as removing DNA from a blood stain, do you feel that you could do that?
Yes, I could do that, but the difficulty is, as we've discussed over and over, whether that's you need to have confidence. The difference in the way I do things and the way forensics do that is I have confidence that a specimen I'm working with came from a single individual. And the complications in terms of statistics, interpretation, potential error that's introduced by the fact that these are mixtures or potentially mixtures, that's the issue.
Dr. Gerdes, if one of those samples from the bloody blood drop trail, 47 through 52, if one of those was typed and it revealed a genetic marker, and I'm referring to the remaining evidence, that excluded Mr. Simpson, wouldn't that be important?
Yes.
That would be extremely important, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Have you suggested to the defense in this case that retesting should be done?
Sustained.
Objection, move to strike and ask for an instruction
Forward.
on burdens of proof.
Wouldn't reanalysis of these samples support, if they produced exclusionary results, support your opinions in this case?
Objection.
Overruled.
Not at this point.
Is it your view then that if further testing in this case revealed Mr. Simpson was excluded from item 52, that wouldn't support any of the opinions you've offered in this case about forensic DNA typing?
In my opinion, with the risk of contamination, there would be no possible PCR interpretation possible at this point because the samples have been handled in the way they have been.
Are you aware of other laboratories?
Keep going.
Are you aware of other laboratories, doctor, that perform forensic retesting?
Yes.
Does Dr. Blake, is he able to perform DQ alpha typing on forensic specimens?
Yes.
Is Mr. Taylor able to perform retesting on forensic specimens?
Yes.
Is Dr. Lee able to perform forensic testing on specimens using DNA typing?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
We have
All right, ladies and gentlemen, there's a couple of things I need to take up out of your presence, so I'm going to ask you to step back into the jury room. We'll call you out in probably 10 or 15 minutes. All right, Dr. Briggs, you can step down. All right, the record should reflect all the jurors that withdrawn from the courtroom. Mr. Scheck.
first, Mr. Cochran has an application.
As to this issue, I'd like to just address the court, Your Honor, as to one issue. Your Honor, repeatedly we've seen questioning by the prosecutors with regard to the defense could do this, the defense could do that. And I think that's grossly unfair to Mr. Simpson, because the court is aware the defendant doesn't have to prove anything. You, just hark back to the voir dire. You've told this jury Mr. Simpson could go to sleep if he wanted to. Now, obviously, he hasn't done that in this case. But I think it's terribly unfair under the provisions of the state constitution, the U.S. Constitution, to try to shift the burden to Mr. Simpson. He does not have to prove anything. And I think that whole line of questioning is unfair. I'm making this objection primarily because I think it applies not only to this witness, but to others. And what I'm asking the court to do is to prohibit the prosecution from doing this, and also at the appropriate time you will be instructing this jury, but to instruct them, the defense does not have to do any kind of testing in this particular case. And I think it's unfair. It's unfair inference. You've mentioned Mr. Blake 100 times, and now we hear Blake and Taylor and what Gerdes could have done, and that's really unfair, Your Honor. And I wanted to at least address the court on this and ask you to give a curative instruction in that regard.
All right, that will be given and has been given as the court's normal instructions, that the burden is on the prosecution. However, there's also a long line of cases that during the course of argument, the prosecution can argue the failure to call logical witnesses.
But doesn't it fly in the face? My point is, just briefly, Your Honor, not to belabor it, doesn't it fly in the face of where you start off instructing the jury? We don't have to prove anything. Then they come along and they do exactly that, and then you instruct them that we don't have to prove anything. So I
have
think
instructed them in the most graphic and simple way as I can that Mr.
Yes.
Simpson can sit here and sleep through the whole trial if he cares to.
you did that. And so what I'm saying
And that's
is,
something that even you remember, Mr. Cochran.
I remember that, and
correct?
I remember that, Your Honor, and I just reminded you
I'm
of that.
sure
Right.
the jury
Right.
remembers that one too.
Right.
That's why I use it.
Right, and I appreciate that, Your Honor. But in addition to that, then it seems to me to be an incongruity for them to continue to throw up this thing as though we have to prove something or we have to do something, because we don't have to. And I think that's grossly unfair, and that's the point.
Well, I will instruct the jury at the appropriate time, that the burden is completely and 100% on the prosecution. Rest assured of that. All right, Mr. Scheck.
Your Honor, we have some slides that I'll hand up to the court. I have give to the prosecution. Should I, maybe what's the best way you want to do? You want to just take a look at them or put them up?
Just hand them to me.
Maybe Howard, could we just go through them?
Do you have any extra copies? So we...
Yes, I have these right here. Actually, I'll just go through them.
I haven't seen them, Your Honor.
Yeah. These slides would be used in conjunction with, they address the 4 different examples of errors at LAPD. And if we could turn to
All right, these are the same 4, or depending on how you call it, 5 mistakes that Mr. Clark went through, correct?
right.
And this is an illustration of the different calls, correct?
Yes, this would be a breakout of the genotypes listed on prosecution's exhibit number 561, which are the strips. And what it indicates here is the correct type in the proficiency testing sample being 1.2, 1.3 for the sperm fraction, and it's labeled with the sign for males. And the LAPD type is recorded, which was a 1.24, and it indicates the female fraction, and indicates that this was, as the testimony indicates, done first by Kolanyama Uchi on 9/9/93, and then again, Aaron Riley did the same sample, got the same result on 9/21/93. Next slide, please. This indicates,
All right, counsel, I have all of these in front of me.
yes. The next thing is indicates that
All right, well, rather than sit here and tell me what they are, what are your objections, Mr. Clark?
I think this slide is argumentative and misleading. As far as this witness's own testimony about, and the witness conceded that yes, these people cannot be excluded, even persons with a different type, because of the potential for this spillover of female DNA into male DNA. So just judging by, in particular, the portion of the slide that's in black on the right, this witness has conceded that no, you wouldn't wrongfully include anyone. You wouldn't wrongfully exclude anyone, because the analyst, a trained analyst, must necessarily consider that may be the victim's DNA that's coming out in the sperm fraction. If
All
the
right.
witness hadn't conceded that, I think we'd be in a different situation.
his testimony.
Wait. Mr. Scheck, A1, B2, and C3, these are all casework examples, correct?
B.
Are these casework or validation studies?
What these slides refer to,
I know, the 4 or 5 mistakes. I know what
Right,
we're
that's
talking
right.
about here.
this one is a mock validation study.
Okay.
And the point that Dr. Gertie's made on direct, and we feel has to be cleared up, because it's very hard when you deal with these sheets. You have to break out the types and show exactly what the points are, that the typing result of LAPD of a 1.24 could be, if that, given the fact that the female fraction is a 1.24, the number of different possible suspects in terms of genotypes that could be included by that result in a casework call would have been a 4.4, a 1.24, and a 1.2, 1.2. And that's why he considers this a mistake, and a serious mistake, and the kind of thing that he's seen in other forensic laboratories, and that's our
All right.
point.
Mr. Clark, any other comment on all of these matters?
Referring to this first slide?
No, any of them.
Oh, actually, I haven't had a chance to look at the others. We've been dealing with this one.
Do you have them all printed in front of you?
Yes.
Because they're all similar. They're two different batches here.
If I could look at them.
All right, Mr. Scheck, my one concern is that A1, B2, and C3 are not self-labeled as being mock validation studies.
Well, what I would do is, when we put this up, I'll label
Whereas the
them.
others do clearly say this is proficiency testing.
I see. So we'll. We'll have Mr. Harris put it on the slide. I'll also refer to the exhibits when I show the slide, so it's clear what we're referring to.
I also think as to the wrong suspects included, that's very argumentative and misleading in view of what
It's inaccurate in terms of a mock.
Well, we'll put down mock. It's not a real case. It didn't really happen. The point is, it could happen if there were a real case, and that's his testimony.
even in a mock case, it's extremely misleading. That's
All
the
right, but
difficulty.
here's the problem, is we all agree that we've gone through all 4 or 5 of these on both sides. This is a graphic breakout of what's there. I think it's easier to understand in this form as long as it's correctly labeled what it is. That's my only problem with it.
So we should put down, we'll put down mock validation study underneath the 993 rerun 921.
Right, as to A1, B2, and C3.
Yes.
All right, anything else?
I just have a moment to wait for me.
All right, Mr. Clark, any other comment?
I just think they're extremely argumentative in the context of this witness's testimony. The way they're worded and the way they're presented, I think, would do nothing but mislead the jury.
All right, objections noted. All right, let's have the jury, please. Dr. Gerdes? All right, the record should reflect all the jurors have rejoined us. Dr. John Gerdes is on the witness stand again, undergoing redirect examination by Mr. Scheck.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Dr. Gerdes, Mr. Clark asked you quite a few questions today about retyping by other laboratories.
Yes.
Now, in terms of an initial cross-contamination of samples at the LAPD, does it matter how many other laboratories typed the samples if they were cross-contaminated initially at LAPD?
No, once you've accidentally or some other way transferred that DNA from one sample to another, it doesn't matter how many gene systems, how many different labs, it's always going to transfer, it's always going to type as the DNA that was transferred.
Now, Mr. Clark showed you what's been marked 564F, which is a series of slides. If I could put this up on that, please. With respect to typing performed at the LAPD laboratory, with respect to 3 of the 5 Bundy blood drop samples. You put that up there, please. In terms of this,
Getting washed out here.
yeah,
There we go.
there we go. Now, listed on this chart are only items 48, 50, and 52. Is that correct?
Correct.
In terms of what was handled by Colin Yamauchi between 9 o'clock and 11 on the morning of June 14th, were samples 47, 48, 49, 50, 52, and the Rockingham glove, all sampled at that time with Mr. Simpson's reference sample.
That's correct.
Right. And where did that occur?
That occurred in the evidence processing.
All right. And in terms of the drying of samples and packaging of samples, were items 47, 48, 49, 50, and 52, along with Rockingham items, including item number 12, the drops taken from the foyer of Mr. Simpson's home, were they all taken out of plastic bags, wet swatches, and put into test tubes by Mr. Fung and Miss Mazzola without changing gloves and without changing papers on June 13th, as is indicated under the section drying on 6/13?
Objection. Who states the evidence?
Sustained.
Well, based on your review of the testimony, did Miss Mazzola and Mr. Fung take out of plastic bags swatches that they described were wet, put them into test tubes for drying on the evening or June 13th, which included 47, 48, 49, 50, and 52, and the different samples collected at Rockingham?
They did.
All right. And that would comport with the section of the chart marked drying, correct?
That's correct.
And on June 14th, in the morning, did Mr. Fung and Miss Mazzola scrape out of test tubes using a pipette, without changing gloves and without changing paper, put into bindles the swatches that they had previously dried on June 13th?
They did.
Now, what is your opinion about the way that Mr. Fung and Miss Mazzola handled those samples on June 13th and on June 14th in terms of the danger of cross-contamination?
I think there's significant risk of cross-contamination because they didn't change gloves, because they create aerosols when they try and scrape these little swatches out of the tube, because they handle the reference sample at the same time as all of these other evidence items, and because certain items...
Sorry, objection. Who states the testimony?
Overruled.
And because certain items, a number of items, in fact, space between crime scenes in terms of being handled at the same time.
Incidentally, item number 12, the drops from the floor in the foyer from Mr. Simpson's residence. Was that among the last samples collected on June 13th?
Objection, no foundation.
Sustained.
Do you know if those were among the last samples collected by Mr. Fung and Ms. Mazzola on June 13th?
Same objection.
Sustained. Sustained.
All right.
Foundation, counsel.
Are you familiar with the testimony and the records concerning the collection of the items at Rockingham?
Yes.
All right. Was item number 12 one of the last items collected on June 13th?
Yes.
And in terms of DNA concentration, was the concentration of item number 12, in terms of human DNA, higher significantly than the Bundy blood drops?
It was.
All right. And when that sample is handled in conjunction with the Bundy blood drops in the fashion that you've just reviewed on June 13th and on June 14th, does that create a danger of cross-contamination with that sample?
Yes, because you're handling a sample that has a large amount of DNA with samples that have degraded in small amounts of DNA.
And the samples that had degraded in small amounts of DNA were which samples?
The Bundy blood drops.
Now, also, well, could we circle on this the evidence processing room on this flow chart is indicated 613 and 614. Huh? Can we draw a circle around that, Mr. Harris? And may I suggest paint? Nope. That's the evidence control. No. All right. Thank you. Dr. Gerdes, is it your testimony that it is in these procedures on June 13th and June 14th that unacceptable risks of cross-contamination occurred?
Yes, the risk occurred at the very first step that's circled.
And if the cross-contamination to those samples, the Bundy blood drops and the Rockingham glove, occurred at that time, would results be replicated by Cellmark, DOJ, your own laboratory if you type these kinds of samples, Dr. Blake, Dr. Henry Lee, or anyone else you found, assuming that they performed the tests correctly?
They would.
Thank you. Can we print that out and mark that as defense next to
I'm sorry. 1311.
And with the court's permission, could we turn the lights up and I'll go over to a chart.
All right, this is 259, I believe the Bundy Results Board.
And, Your Honor, at the same time, I'd like to put up on the Elmo what's previously been marked as defendants 1165. These are the charts of the massive nanograms of DNA. Dr. Gerdes, starting with what's marked as 47,
Yes.
was that one of the Bundy blood drops that was handled by Dennis Fung and Andrea Mazzola on June 13th?
Yes.
Was it one of the items that Mr. Yamauchi handled at the same period that he was handling Mr. Simpson's reference sample?
Objection, no foundation.
This is when Mr. Yamauchi took out the stopper and the blood went through the chem wipe onto his glove.
That's correct.
48 the same,
Correct.
49 the same,
Yes.
50 the same,
Yes.
52 the same.
Yes.
Now 52, in terms of which of the Bundy blood drop swatches were opened up from the bindles when Mr. Yamauchi began handling them on the morning of June 14th, which of the items did he handle first?
Number 52.
Are you familiar with the estimate of the amount of human DNA in each of the Bundy blood drops, 47 through 52, as testified to by Gary Sims based on his calculations from slot blots, yield gels, and the size of the swatches and their weight?
Yes, I am.
All right? Do you regard those as accurate estimates as to the total number of nanograms of human DNA in those items?
Yes, they're consistent with this notice.
All right. And in terms of the yield gels, is it a fair statement that 47, 48, 49, 50, and 52 were samples that were severely degraded in terms of bacterial DNA?
Objection vague.
Sustained.
What was the status of those samples in terms of bacterial degradation?
They were all extremely degraded.
Now, with respect to 52, is this the RFLP result that you are concerned about?
Yes.
How many nanograms of human DNA did Robin Cotton testify went into that particular result?
She testified there was 25 nanograms.
Is that different than all the other RFLP results?
All the other RFLP results have more DNA. Adequate DNA.
At least 4 times more.
That's correct. At least 4 times more DNA.
Were any other of the samples from which RFLP results obtained, were those handled in the presence of the reference sample and in the period where the reference sample was handled?
Objection, no foundation.
Sustained.
Is it your testimony, sir, that there were unacceptable risks of cross-contamination that are associated with the results on 47, 48, 49, 50, and 52?
Yes.
Excuse me, objection needed.
I'll let it stand, but it was.
Now, there are frequency estimates on the right side of this chart for all those items.
Yes, there are.
Could you distinguish for us between frequencies and error rates?
Yes, I mean, these are an estimate of at what percentage of the population or what incidence in the population you might find all of these genetic markers. error rate has to do with an evaluation of the laboratory itself and the question of how good are they in terms of how often they might make a mistake. And so on the one hand, you're talking about how many, if you do 100 samples, how often would you make an error?
I'm sorry.
And on the other hand, you're talking about, assuming there were no errors, how often would you find this at random in the population?
Do you agree with the recommendation of the National Research Council that laboratory error rate ought to be measured by the use of external blind proficiency tests on samples that replicate casework?
Objection, hearsay, no foundation.
I do.
Does the LAPD have such a program?
No, they don't.
In terms of their open proficiency tests, in your judgment, do those proficiency tests replicate casework?
No, they don't include mixtures or degraded DNA samples, DNAs at low concentrations.
In terms of the study that you performed looking at all the strips and runs at the LAPD laboratory, do you have a judgment as to how personnel at that laboratory handle samples?
Objection, no foundation.
Sustained.
From your study, is there an objective basis for making an assessment as to the risk of error in handling samples at the LAPD?
Same objection.
Sustained. It's vague and overbroad. You need to pare it down a little.
In your study of contamination at the Los Angeles Police Department, in terms of their runs and strips, did you make an assessment of extraction controls versus amplification controls?
I did.
And what was the significance of that?
Objection, vague.
A little.
The significance is that the contamination was found predominantly in the reagent extraction controls.
And what does that indicate about this phase of the DNA process where errors were occurring?
It indicates that in handling samples and the early stages, the extraction stages in both of those areas, that's where the contamination is being introduced in terms of what we can objectively look at, which is their record on doing known samples over the course of that time period.
And does that include the evidence processing room as one of those stages that the extraction control would cover?
I believe it would.
Now, turning to the results from 117, the rear gate. Are you aware from your review of the testimony as to the amount of DNA on that sample?
Yes, there's 150 nanometers.
In your judgment, is that significantly different than the amount of DNA on the other Bundy blood drops?
Yes, it is.
Do you know when that sample was collected?
Yes.
When?
I don't know the exact date, but I believe it was collected in August.
July 3rd?
July. Later, after a month or so after
The
the
Bundy
initial
blood-
samples.
And in terms of bacterial degradation, do you agree with the assessment of Gary Sims that 117 did not show evidence on yield gels of bacterial degradation?
Objection, no foundation.
Sustained.
Are you aware of Mr. Sims' testimony and assessment as to the level of bacterial degradation on item 117?
Yes,
Do you agree with it?
yes,
Were those samples degraded?
no.
Dr. Gerdes, does it make any sense to you, based on your knowledge of DNA quantitation, that samples collected on June 13th from the same area, that is 47, 48, 49, 50, and 52, would be so degraded in terms of bacterial contamination, bacteria, and 117 would show no evidence of that?
Objection, no foundation. Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
All right. Does this data, in terms of the dates of collection and the conditions where those samples were collected, make sense to you scientifically?
Same objection.
Sustained.
What is your assessment of the Can you explain the difference in DNA amounts and degradation on 117 versus 47 through 52?
Same objection.
Sustained.
Are you aware of the testimony that the same methods of collection were employed by Dennis Fung in terms of putting the swatches from 117 into a plastic bag, taking them to the laboratory, and drying them in test tubes and sampling the next day, as was followed with 47, 48, 49, 50, and 52?
Objection misstates the evidence.
Overruled.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
All right. Given that the same procedures were followed, and given that all these items were in the locations where they were recovered, does it make any sense to you scientifically that there should be no evidence of degradation in 117 and so much evidence of degradation in 47 through 52?
Objection, no foundation calls for speculation.
Sustained.
At photographs of the scene where these different items were collected.
Yes, I've seen photographs.
All right. So you're familiar with where they're collected.
Yes.
In terms of their locations, in terms of the methods same methods of collection, and in terms of the results with respect to bacterial degradation and yield of human DNA, do these results, what is your assessment of these results?
Same objection, same grounds.
Sustained.
These are foundation.
Foundation, Counselor. It's a forensic setting.
Dr. Curtis, do you have a background in microbiology?
Yes, I do.
Does microbiology involve an assessment of the effects of bacteria on DNA?
Yes, it could.
Is that what you got your PhD in?
Yes.
Is that what, have you relied on your microbiology background in terms of your postdoctorate work and your work as a DNA lab director?
Yes.
Do those principles, basic scientific principles of microbiology and molecular genetics that you've been trained in, do those have application to an assessment of blood stains, bacteria, and substrates?
Yes.
Have you read the literature from forensic laboratories that you've called demonstration papers that deal with degradation of samples taken from crime scenes?
Yes.
Based on all of that, what is your assessment in terms of the data that the Bundy blood drops were severely degraded with bacteria and the rear gate sample 117 was not, and the rear gate sample had 150 nanograms of DNA, which was 5 times higher than any Bundy blood drop sample?
Same objection, same grounds.
Overruled.
It doesn't seem to make sense to me that you should see about the same level of degradation, and in fact, on 117, which is an older sample, it should have more degradation.
Thank you. Show you what's been marked as prosecutions 260. entitled Results of DNA Analysis on the Bronco Automobile. Were the results of the steering wheel number 29 from the laboratories a 1.2, 1.14?
Yes, they were.
And taken at face value, would that indicate a mixture of could it indicate a mixture of somebody with a 1.1, 1.2, and somebody that's a 4?
Yes,
A 4.4, I should say.
yes,
And somebody that is a 1.24,
yes,
and somebody that is a 1.14.
yes.
And that result does not match, on the face of it, Mr. Goldman, correct?
That's correct.
He would be excluded from the steering wheel.
You would.
Now, with respect to item number 31 and item number 30, were those the only results from the Bronco console that were removed on June 14th?
Objection, no foundation.
Sustained.
In terms of the samples removed from the Bronco on June 14th, I believe on direct examination you indicated what about those?
Those are the samples that were removed on that date.
Right? And that,
The low numbers indicate samples that were collected on that early date. The high numbers, the hundreds, those are the later samples.
so 303, 304, 305 were removed on August 26th.
Correct.
Now, in terms of 30 and 31, Mr. Clark, on his cross-examination of you recall, just pulled out this board and asked you to read the results, correct?
That's correct.
He didn't ask you whether you believe that the result on 31 was scientifically acceptable.
Objection, irrelevant.
No, he didn't ask me.
All right? Your Honor, I'd like to show another board over this for a second.
All right, Mr. Scheck, this is defense exhibit. Thank you.
Entitled Bronco Console Stains Collected June 14th, 1994. Dr. Gerdes, in light of the 1.3 appearing on the quality assurance sample 86, quality control sample 816, and the positive control, the intensities of those dots, a call that was made by DOJ, do you believe that it is scientifically acceptable, and I ask you this question to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, to make a call that there is a one contributor with a 1.34 in this sample?
Absolutely not. You can't tell if that's real or not because it's on the control. These faint signals, you can't arbitrarily say it's real here and it's not real down there. So you can't make that call.
I'd like to show 1310. (1310) is entitled Bundy Blood Drops LAPD item number 53. DOJ
Yes.
typing.
Yes.
Do you see an inconsistency in the call with respect to the 1.3 on LAPD item 52 and the call on the 1.3 on sample 31?
Objection, leading, also argumentative.
Sustained. Phrase question.
What is your view of the call that was made on item 52 with respect to the 1.3 allele and the call that was made on item 31.
Objection, no foundation.
Well, this just shows the subjectivity of this. In this case, the 1.3 is ignored in this particular item. On the other item, it's counted. And on the controls, it's ignored. So there's no scientific basis as to how you would determine one of these is real and one is not real, other than, I don't know how you would decide.
Now, Dr. Gerdes, if we were to assume that the 1.3 is real on item number 52, I ask you to keep that assumption in mind. First question is, out of all the different systems used, is the DQ alpha system the most sensitive?
Yes, it is.
So if I ask you to assume that DNA on the Bundy blood drops 47, 48, 49, 50, and 52 is degrading because of bacteria, and that 52, on sample 52, could that 1.3, because DQ alpha is the most sensitive system, if you assume that to be real,
Yes.
be DNA from another contributor?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Well, let us assume that DNA on item number 52 underwent a process of bacterial degradation. Do you have that in mind?
I have it.
Let us further assume that there was cross-contamination with Mr. Simpson's reference sample on June 14th at the LAPD laboratory. Do you have that in mind?
Yes.
All right. In theory, if that 1.3 is real, could that represent the contribution of the original source on sample 152, which had degraded,
Same objection.
Yes, it definitely could.
if it were real?
Yes, if it were real.
Your Honor, I think that I don't have another minute and 30 seconds.
You're done?
No! I don't have much more, but I don't have another minute and 30 seconds
All right.
in this line.
All right, why don't you take that down for me, please? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the morning session. Please remember all my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't conduct any deliberations until the matter has been submitted to you. Do not allow anybody to communicate with you with regard to the case. We'll stand in recess until 1:30. All right, Dr. Gerdes, 1:30. On the record in the Simpson matter, all parties are again present. Mr. Cochran, something we need to take up?
Yes, just want to bring something to the court's attention. Your Honor, over the weekend, one of the real fine reporters, Robin Clark, lost his life, and I wanted to just propose to the court that either we have a moment of silence sometime this afternoon or adjourn in his memory this afternoon, whatever the court thinks is appropriate in that regard.
Yes, we had left his seat vacant this morning.
I appreciate that. So if the court thinks we can do something else, I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, counsel. All right, Deputy McNair, let's have the jurors, please. Dr. Gerdes, would you resume the witness stand, please? All right, good afternoon again, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
You're reminded, sir, you are still under oath. Mr. Scheck, you may continue with your redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Dr. Gerdes, let me discuss with you briefly the results on the glove. I'd like to show you first the results of DNA analysis Rockingham glove, which is prosecution's 272B. Now, Dr. Gerdes, Mr. Clark asked you about the results from RFLP tests that were consistent with Nicole Brown Simpson and Ronald Goldman on various areas of the glove, specifically G1, G2, G3, G4, G9, that were confirmed by RFLP, well, G4, I'm sorry, that were confirmed by RFLP tests, correct?
Yes.
G11, G10, and G13 are the D1 S80 results in the wrist area of the glove, which produced results with Mr. Simpson. Is that correct?
That's what they state, yes.
Are there any RFLP results confirming that result?
No.
Now, to show, putting on the, this is defense 1186, Mr. Yamauchi's diagram of the glove found at Rockingham. Dr. Gerdes, is this diagram reflect what your understanding is of the, what Mr. Yamauchi did on the morning of June 14th between 9 and 10 o'clock when he handled the glove from Rockingham after having handled Mr. Simpson's reference sample where he had that incident where the took off the top and the blood went through the Chemex and onto his glove?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Well, as far as the D1 S80 results from the wrist area of the glove, what is your opinion as to the acceptable risks of cross-contamination with respect to those results?
Objection, no foundation.
They were handled at the same time or shortly after Mr. Simpson's reference sample was handled. The testimony states that the sample had leaked, and under those circumstances, it represents substantial risk that contamination could have had.
Are the D1 S80 results in terms of the amount of DNA found in the wrist area of that glove consistent with cross-contamination from the sample handling era?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Move to strike the answer.
The answer is stricken.
On the basis of the amounts of DNA in those D1 S80 tests and your review of the procedures that Mr. Yamauchi used, what do you believe about the level of risk of cross-contamination with respect to those results?
Objection, no foundation calls for speculation.
Oh,
There's substantial risk of cross-contamination under those circumstances.
This is Defense 1308, testing results, Nicole Brown Simpson and Ronald Goldman reference samples. Now, Mr. Clark asked you a series of questions about controls and evidence of cross-contamination from the way that samples were handled in the evidence processing room on June 14th and June 15th? You recall those?
The questions regarding, yes.
All right. With respect to cross-contamination occurring in the handling of samples by Mr. Yamauchi on June 15th, specifically item 12, the last blood sample collected from the foyer in Mr. Simpson's home, and the Nicole Brown Simpson reference sample and the Ronald Goldman reference sample, do you believe that the results shown on this board are consistent with cross-contamination that was then retyped in two different laboratories, Cellmark and DOJ?
Objection, no foundation, calls for speculation and leading.
Overruled.
Yes.
Are the results from this board part of the basis for your opinion that there were unacceptable risks of cross-contamination in the way Mr. Yamauchi handled those samples on June 14th and June 15th?
Yes, these results are consistent with evidence that cross-contamination actually happened.
Now, Dr. Gerdes, you were asked show you what is. Oops. This is Defense 1297, a chart depicting runs and strips May through July of 1994. Run contamination, strip contamination, and/or artifacts. Now, Dr. Gerdes, you were asked quite a number of questions on cross-examination about the distinction you made when analyzing strips, where you put that you indicated they were strip contamination and or artifacts. You recall those?
I do.
And I call your attention to prosecution #566. You see that?
Yes.
What is that strip?
These are a series of strips that the prosecution showed to demonstrate the weak 1.1, I believe in reference to discussing the DX leak.
All right. And this is the 1.1 in the presence of the 1, correct?
Correct.
And was it your testimony that in looking at that, one could not tell if those 1.1s were contaminants or artifacts?
That's correct. Under this circumstance, you can't really tell if that's an artifact or a contaminant.
And is that why you made the distinction when you identified the strips?
Yes, in terms of the strips, that's the reason why I did not really try to differentiate between the two, because in many cases, in situations such as this, you can't tell.
Now, what relationship does a result such as depicted on 566, where you can't tell if it's a contaminant or artifact, have in terms of making erroneous typings?
Objection vague.
Stating phrase question.
Why is it? What are the problems you see in a result such as depicted on 566 in terms of making an interpretation of the strip?
Well, if you look at the strip that has the 1.1 allele, the weak 1.1 allele, if this were a crime scene specimen, the interpretation of that would be that particular item would type as a 1.2, 1.2, because you can see that 1.2 signal here is dark and then 1 is dark. And for that reason, this would be probably typed as a 1.2, 1.2, but because of the weak 1.1, most likely they would express the fact that that was present there and visible. And so it would be a 1.2, 1.2 consistent with a contributor with a 1.1. So it would be consistent with an individual with a 1.1, 1.1, or an individual with a 1.1, 1.2. So that obviously makes this that artifact has the potential of falsely accusing an individual who's a 1.1, 1.2, when in fact the typing result is from a 1.2, 1.2.
Calls for speculation, no foundation.
Well, Doctor, let me see if I can try to put this in as plain as English as I can. Is the existence of a faint dot like that in a mixture, can that cause an error?
Yes, and it doesn't matter if it's an artifact or a real contaminant. Either way, it can cause an error.
Are dots of that intensity similar to the 1.3 dot we saw before on item 31 of the Bronco console?
Yes.
We can turn up. This is defense 1295. Dr. Gerdes, you recall Mr. Clark asking you questions about whether or not two analysts ever did samples on the same day in your calculation of runs. Remember that?
I remember that.
Remember he asked you if you were sure about that?
Yes.
All right. Have you rechecked your data?
Yes.
Are you sure that two analysts didn't do strips on the same day?
Yes.
Now, do these runs, as you recorded them by month, represent contamination, definite contamination on the day all the strips were run?
Yes, at this point, they're definite contamination because I take all of the strips on a given date and I can look in the context of what's in all of those strips so that you can confirm with one strip whether you're seeing the same thing in more than one strip.
So this chart represents definite contamination, no ambiguity about artifacts as far as you're concerned.
At this point, that's correct.
By the standards that you are familiar with to accredit DNA laboratories, given this level of contamination in runs, in your opinion, would the Los Angeles Police Department be allowed to operate?
Objection, no foundation. Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Are you familiar with the standards used to regulate DNA laboratories in clinical applications?
Yes.
By those standards, would be allowed to operate with this level of contamination?
Same objection. Same grounds.
Sustained.
Dr. Gerdes, you were, excuse me. You were asked a whole series of questions by Mr. Clark in regard to the use of PCR in other clinical applications. Do you recall those?
I do.
Are you against the use of PCR technology per se?
No, I'm not.
Do you use it yourself?
I do.
Have you developed PCR tests yourself, such as the CMV test?
Yes.
If PCR-based test is reliable for some clinical applications, does that mean it is reliable for all others?
No.
Does that mean it is reliable for use on forensic samples?
No.
Does the reliability of a PCR-based technique depend on the standards and the quality of the lab that's using the technique?
Absolutely.
Does it depend on the nature of the samples being tested?
Yes.
Does the fact that the DQ Alpha kit is sold commercially with a user guide mean that this technique is reliable for all forensic uses by all forensic laboratories?
No.
Doctor, have you read, Mr. Clark asked you a whole series of questions about kits. Do you recall those?
Yes.
All right. Are you familiar with the discussion in the NRC report with respect to the kits that were used in this case?
Yes, I am.
Do you rely on that in formulating your opinions?
Yes.
Your Honor, we would like to, I've shown this to Mr. Clark, like to put a slide on the screen.
Proceed.
Would the court like to see it first? Just in a second.
Mrs. Robertson, when is defense next in order?
1312?
Yes.
Maybe it'd be faster if I just read this.
A little small.
I included two extra sentences that I told him I wouldn't
All right.
include. Do you agree with the following statement in the NRC report? One commercial kit for forensic PCR analysis has been marketed. Now, let me just stop there. What kit is that?
At that time, that was the DQ Alpha kit.
Other kits will probably be ready for commercial market soon. What kits would those be?
The polymarker and the D1S80.
The committee sees a potential for introduction of unreliable kits and the misuse of kits. The existence of a kit suggests ease of use and low chance of technical error. The committee believes that non-expert laboratories will run a significant chance of error in using kits. Do you agree with that?
I do.
What is your opinion about this cart and this, what the NRC said, and the LAPD laboratory in this case?
Objection vague.
I believe that the situation we've seen here is precisely what the NRC is talking about here.
And why is that?
Objection calls for speculation.
Why is that?
Because of the LAPD has made substantial errors and have failed to see the subtleties that are critical to interpretation of this kind of testing due to the fact that they were inexperienced.
So just the fact that one has a kit doesn't mean that you can apply it correctly.
That's correct.
Dr. Gerdes, very quickly, you were asked a lot of questions about proficiency tests. Does it make a difference in proficiency tests that the tests involve samples that are just like the ones that you deal with in casework?
Objection asked and answered.
On redirect?
Well,
All right,
I mean,
I'll just forget it all. I think
it's a point
What
we've
do you
made.
think? It's a point. recall, Mr. Clark asked you about the laminar flow hood in your and the record you made in your notes, correct?
I remember that.
All right. Can you please explain when you realized that the LAPD did not have a laminar flow hood?
That was on my second visit. The first visit, I hadn't noticed that.
Is there any question in your mind that that hood is not a laminar flow hood?
None whatsoever.
Is the fact that it's not a laminar flow hood, does that create dangers of contamination in the laboratory?
Absolutely.
Is a laminar flow hood a fundamental in terms of taking precautions against contamination in a DNA laboratory?
Yes.
Is it disturbing to you that the Los Angeles Police Department DNA laboratory was not aware that its hood was not a laminar flow hood?
Objection leading, argued amended.
Sustained.
What is the significance of this hood not being a laminar flow hood in terms of the level of competence and knowledge of the personnel at the LAPD DNA laboratory?
Objection argumentative, no foundation.
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
In terms of the ability, based on your experience as a DNA laboratory director, what is your opinion about laboratory personnel being unaware of the nature of the hood they're using when processing samples?
Same objection, same grounds.
Sustained.
In terms of the reliability of the procedures used at the Los Angeles Police Department in handling DNA samples, what, in your judgments, is the significance of their failure to know that their hood was not a laminar flow hood?
Same objection, same grounds.
Sustained.
Which the ground is conclusion?
The issue here is, what's the benefit to having a laminar flow hood versus what's there?
Thank you.
That's the real issue.
What's the benefit of having a laminar flow hood versus a chemical hood? Thank you, Your Honor.
The laminar flow hood is designed for the applications where you're concerned about either contaminating an item or being contaminated by that item. That's what they're designed for. That's what their purpose is. A chemical fume hood was designed for an entirely different purpose, which is not appropriate for handling those kind of samples.
If you're working in a DNA laboratory, in your opinion, is it important to know the difference between a chemical hood and a laminar flow hood?
Same objection, same grounds.
Oral.
Yes, it's important.
Now, you were asked many questions on cross-examination concerning your conclusions about incorrect typing results by the Los Angeles Police Department personnel on mock validation studies and proficiency tests. Do you recall those?
Yes, I do.
All right. First, I'd like to address the mock validation studies. Excuse me, Your Honor, I'm sorry. Now, I'm going to show you some slides, but first I'd like to just refresh everybody's recollection with showing the raw data. The first mock validation study was one, if you could pull back, done by Mr. Yamauchi on September 9th. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And this is where he was typing a vaginal swab with an epithelial fraction
Yes,
and a sperm fraction,
yes,
all right? And you testified he got an incorrect typing result.
that's correct.
Then the second one was the same set of samples typed on September 21st by Aaron Riley. You recall that?
I do.
Now, Your Honor,
Yeah, Mr. Harris, which exhibits are those?
this is, first one is 561 is the September 9th. 562 is the September 21st.
Thank you.
All right, now I'd like to turn to the slide marked, what's the defendant's next in order? 1314? I can't hear.
1313.
1313, and I guess we'll call this A1. Dr. Gerdes, what does this represent?
On the far left, it represents the correct type for this particular mock validation specimen. So the little symbol on top there stands for the male fraction. The male fraction should be a 1.2, 1.3. The next one below, the epithelial cell or the female fraction, should be 1.24.
What was the LAPD type?
On the sperm fraction, the LAPD found a 1.24.
And is that a correct type in your opinion?
No, you can see it does not match the anticipated male pattern that should have been there. The 1.2, 1.3 is not equal to 1.24.
We have the next slide, please. All right. Tell us what this represents in terms of the consequences of that mistyping.
What that means is given the LAPD type of 1.24, if the suspect were a 4.4, a 1.24, or a 1.2, 1.2, all of those individuals would be included as having matched that male fraction.
Is that one of the reasons you think this is a mistake?
Yes, because these suspects would have been wrongly accused.
Next slide. What does this represent?
Well, since the true and correct type was missed, the 1.2, 1.3 was missed, the true perpetrator would not have been recognized. And so he would have been excluded falsely. So again, that's an error.
The second slide I should note was B, and this third slide is C.
That's correct.
And are these among the reasons that you believe that these were erroneous typings?
Yes.
Is this one reason you disagree with the statement in the validation study that no incorrect results were observed?
Yes.
All right. I'd like now to turn to the next. You also discussed two other errors in proficiency tests. First one, just to show the raw data. Could you pull back a little bit, please? So we can see the board. Now, what were these set of samples on July 14th?
These are proficiency samples that were part of a proficiency test.
And what does that mean? Where do the samples come from?
They come from an external source.
All right. Are they supposed to have contaminants in them?
No.
All right. And this was the run done by Aaron Riley on 7/14/93,
Correct.
where you found an incorrect typing?
That's correct.
Right. And is this the raw data for when she did it again on?
She repeated it on 7/15.
Okay, thank you. Now could we turn to the next set of slides that I'll ask to be marked defendants 13,
14.
13, 14. And ask slide number 1, which we'll call 1314A. Now, could you please explain to the jury what this data represents?
Well, this is the 7/14/93 proficiency samples. And on that particular date, the female reference sample number 1 was typed by LAPD as a 1.34. And the correct type is a 1.24.
Now, what is it says number 8 negative control? What does that represent?
The control that is supposed to be a negative control, it should have no DNA whatsoever, in this case, showed the indication of DNA, and that DNA was typable as including 1.2 and 4 alleles.
All right. Could we have the next slide, please, which will be 1314B? What does this indicate?
Well, the LAPD type was a 1.34. The alleles that were found on the negative control include a 1.24, and from that we can conclude that the 1.3 was not detected on the negative control.
Now, in other words, you're saying this means that there was contamination that caused an incorrect type here that was not detected by the negative control.
That's correct.
Now, in your review of the LAPD lab, in your study of contamination of runs and contaminations of strips, in how many instances did you detect contamination that was not picked up by the negative control? In other words, the negative control was blank, but you nonetheless saw contamination.
28% of the times.
Now, let's go to the, then this represents the typing by Aaron Riley on 714.
Correct.
Now, you remember Mr. Clark asked you questions about what would you, did Aaron Riley do the right thing when she typed it again? And you said yes, correct?
Yes.
But at that time you, could you please further explain what the answer to that question?
Certainly. The correct procedure actually would be the minute you see any indication of contamination, you need to shut down your operation, you need to clean up with bleach, you need to make new reagents, you need to identify the source of the contamination, do a large number of negative controls to make sure they're clean and that you've gotten away from whatever the problem is, and only then do you repeat the test and go on.
Now, should those steps, in terms of documenting the contamination and the efforts to correct it, be documented?
Yes.
Were those documented in the data you saw from the Los Angeles Police Department?
No.
Just where, what is the significance in terms of contamination that these are proficiency test samples that come from an outside source and you see this contamination?
It simply means that the laboratory has introduced this contaminant into the specimen.
And the contamination here caused, in your judgment, an incorrect typing?
Excuse me, objection leading also calls for speculation.
Sustained. Answer stricken. Rephrase the question.
Could we have the next slide, please, which would be 1314C? Is this the...
This is the rerun on 7/15/93 of that same proficiency test. And again, number 1, the female reference sample was once again typed as 1.34, indicating that they did nothing to remove the contaminant. It's still there. It's still causing the same error. The correct type should have been a 1.24. And on this particular occasion, the negative control was once again showing DNA. And the DNA that was shown is a 1.2, 1.3 this time.
Next slide, please. 1314D, I believe.
So again, there is an incorrect type on the sample itself.
Next slide, please.
The contaminating alleles of this particular run were a 1.2 and a 4.
Next, on 714, the contaminating alleles were...
A 1.2 and a 4.
All right, and next slide.
And the contaminating runs on 715 were 1.2 and a 1.3.
Next slide.
So between those 2 days, you can see how random this process is. What we have is a 1.3 has now appeared on the negative control strip, and the 4 contaminant has disappeared.
Is this any way to run a railroad?
Excuse me, objection argumentative.
Excuse me, is this any way to run a DNA laboratory?
Same objection, Your Honor. Also,
No.
it's also beyond the scope of the witness expertise.
Just briefly, Mr. Clark asked you about other PCR-based techniques. For example, he asked you about laboratories that can detect a single cell. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
When laboratories are amplifying up and doing a PCR-based technique on a single cell, how many negative controls do they ordinarily use for that application?
Objection, no foundation.
They would use generally 10 for each sample.
And why is that?
When you're looking at something of that low a concentration, you need to be absolutely sure that you are not getting contamination.
And would it be a fair statement that depending on the application, different controls are necessary?
Yes.
Now, you were asked a whole series of questions about not having done forensic samples in your own laboratory and not attending forensic meetings. Do you recall that?
I remember those.
And incidentally, you were asked some questions about attending forensic meetings at the FBI. You recall those?
I remember.
And can anybody go to those FBI meetings?
No, you need to be invited.
They ever invited you?
No.
Now, you can go to other forensic meetings voluntarily, is that correct?
Yes, you can.
Now, you have criticized here, have you not, the method that the Los Angeles Police Department personnel used in collecting the blood swatches wet in plastic bags. You recall that?
I do.
To evaluate the scientific merits of that procedure, do you believe that you're unable to do so because you have not attended forensic meetings,
No.
that you haven't done specifically forensic samples in your laboratory?
No.
What is your opinion based upon?
I think the fundamental science here is basically microbiology, because that's the science that deals with how to manipulate and handle samples in such a way to prevent cross-contamination and to prevent them from becoming degraded.
And your experience as a DNA laboratory director, does that have relevance here too?
Yes.
In terms of the procedures followed on June 13th in taking the swatches out of the plastic bags from Bundy and Rockingham, not changing gloves, not changing papers when put into test tubes, do your criticisms of that depend upon, in your judgment, attendance at forensic meetings or doing forensic samples?
No.
What about the methods used for taking those samples out of the test tubes by scraping and creating aerosols? Does your criticism of that depend upon attendance of forensic meetings or running forensic samples?
No.
What are those criticisms based on?
Once again, the fundamental issue here is understanding how those manipulations can cause cross-contamination. That's a microbiology issue.
Is it an issue also in terms of...
In a DNA or molecular biology PCR lab, those are molecular biology, fundamental science issues.
In terms of handling Mr. Simpson's reference sample in the way that Mr. Yamauchi did, along with the Rockingham glove and all the Bundy blood drop swatches between 9 and 11 o'clock on the morning of June 14th, in terms of your criticisms of that, do you believe that it is necessary to attend forensic meetings?
No.
Objection calls for speculation.
Do you believe that not having done forensic samples in your laboratory makes you unable to evaluate that?
No.
What are your criticisms based on in terms of your background and experience?
Once again, it's a fundamental question of basic training in microbiology and molecular biology as to how to handle these items that contain very small amounts of material in such a way so that you don't have the risk of creating error and cross-contamination.
Mr. Clark asked you about the fact that you once testified for a prosecutor and in other times testified for defense lawyers. Recall that?
Yes.
Objection, misstates the evidence.
Overruled.
Does it, in terms of, does it matter to you which side you testify for?
No.
Upon what do you make your decisions as to, in terms of your testimony?
I'm asked to evaluate the science as to whether the science is fundamentally sound, and that's what I express an opinion about.
You testify for either side.
Correct.
Now, you were asked some questions about the money that you've been paid in this case and your salary. Do you recall those?
Yes.
And you recall the questions that you were being paid at what, the rate of $100 an hour here?
That's correct.
And that your salary at IAD is not at $100 an hour. You recall those questions?
Yes.
Now, first of all, do you personally receive the money that you get from this case or any others where you testify as a witness?
No, all of the charges go directly to my laboratory.
And in terms of the amount of money that, you write grant proposals, is that correct?
Yes.
And as part of that, do you have to make an assessment of how much it costs IAD to have you as an employee?
Yes, that's part of writing a budget for a grant.
And is the expenditure of money that IAD pays you reflected merely in your salary?
No, you have an additional 43% in indirects and benefits.
All right. And when you're away from the laboratory, does IAD, is there an opportunity cost for IAD? Could you
Yes.
explain what that term is?
Well, since I'm not at the laboratory, my function at the laboratory is to promote the work of that laboratory, so my productivity is lost. It's not just my time, but my productivity in terms of working in the lab and getting business for that laboratory is lost to the company.
Now, this is the last line of questions, Your Honor. Dr. Gerdes, you indicated that over a 5-year period, you have testified in court about 23 times.
That's correct.
All right. And in those cases, your CV has been put into evidence,
Yes.
and you've been questioned extensively about your background.
Yes.
And you indicated, I think at the very beginning of the cross-examination, that there came a period of time, you indicated you got your PhD in 4 years at UCLA?
Correct.
Then you did postgraduate work for 3 years?
Correct.
Also at UCLA?
Correct.
Then you moved to Hawaii.
No, then I went to Denver
I'm sorry.
as an assistant professor for 4 years first.
And then you moved
Then
to
I
Hawaii.
moved to Hawaii.
All right. And you were asked about that, right?
Yes.
Why did you move to Hawaii and sort of get off this track?
Well, it was a personal decision. I had a small son, and I decided to play Mr. Mom for a few years, and so we went to Hawaii.
Your wife had an opportunity there?
She had an opportunity for a job.
And you indicated, why did you, could you explain a little bit about why you had to be on television when you taught these classes at the community college?
Well, in Hawaii, there are a series of islands, and it's just the best way to communicate to remote sites.
And finally, Dr. Gerdes, you were asked about working for the pineapple factory. You recall that?
Yes.
All right. Does that have some relevance to the issue of contamination?
In fact, it does.
Could you please tell this jury what you did for the pineapple company?
Well, the pineapple company had a problem with their cans blowing up. In fact, they had...
What do you mean by blowing up?
Well, they would swell up and then just explode. And basically, they had some of the workers injured, in fact, from this. So I was called in to track down why those cans were blowing up, and it turned out to be bacterial contamination.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gerdes.
Mr. Clark?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Dr. Gerdes, with regard to finding DNA on a steering wheel, is that unexpected?
Finding DNA on a steering wheel?
Yes.
Not necessarily. This is an extremely sensitive technique. It might find it there.
In other words, someone might have driven a car and left DNA from driving the car. Is that right?
That's correct.
Might have nothing to do with blood. Is that right?
That's true.
And blood could in fact be deposited on top of the DNA that somebody left driving the car a week earlier.
That's true.
Your Honor, if I might, I would like to utilize, and I just can't remember the number, but the defense Bronco board. It was displayed earlier this morning.
Well, we'll trust Mr. Wooden to find it.
I think it's near the top.
All right, this is 1309.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Now, Dr. Gerdes, if I can refer your attention, perhaps I can get the pointer. And in particular, with respect to this, shall we call it a yellow dot that's pointing up that says called real, that's referring to the signal or the dot just to the right of the 1.3 allele, correct?
Correct.
And with regard to that particular dot, that was a part of the Department of Justice interpreting as minor alleles, in other words, not as strong as the 1.1 and 1.2, the type 1.3, 4. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, with regard to that, and Your Honor, at this point I'd like to have marked as people's next in order. Not the pointer.
573.
Actually, do you have, perhaps I can do it this way. Dr. Gerdes, do you have copies of the Department of Justice's raw notes?
Yes.
Okay. And would there in fact be a one-page sheet showing the way that the Department of Justice viewed these strips and made notations about types?
Yes.
Okay. If I could then, what I think I'll do is show you this. I'm showing you what will be marked,
573.
573. First of all, Dr. Gerdes, does that appear to be a Xerox copy of one of those typing sheets from the Department of Justice?
Yes.
And does that appear to be a document that you also have a Xerox copy of?
Yes.
Okay. And Your Honor, with regard to this exhibit, I would ask to place it on the overhead projector. And Dr. Gerdes, just from looking at the sheet from a distance, is item number 31 what's labeled DNA 18? In other words, what would be the third row from the top?
Yeah, I'd like to double check
Sure.
that just because it's confusing with
Please
the
do.
numbers. That's correct.
Okay. Now, if we focus on the third row down, labeled DNA 18, inside those boxes are a scoring system wherein the analyst looks at the strips and then assigns each of those dots a frequency, an intensity, that is how dark it is, relative to the C dot. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right, then, Your Honor, if we could zoom in on DNA 18, a little bit more, that's fine. And Dr. Gerdes, if you could you tell us where the scoring for the 1.3 dot would be? on this particular sample, which is DNA 18, but is LAPD number 31. Sure.
It would be under the 1.3 column, so it would be right here.
So that particular 1.3 dot was scored by the analyst, or actually analysts, is that correct?
Yes, there are two analysts.
Was Renee Montgomery the analyst in this particular instance?
Yes.
And who else read that chart, I'm sorry, read that strip as well?
Confirming analyst, I believe, was Gary Sims, yes. Over in the corner over there. GAS, Gary Sims.
Now, referring to that particular interpretation, is it then correct that both analysts scored the 1.3 dot as the same intensity as the C dot?
They state that it's approximately equal to the C on their interpretation, yes.
Actually, they note that in two different locations on this particular scoring sheet, don't they?
It's, yes. The arrow right now is pointing to that notation.
Okay, the first indication is where it's labeled C, is that correct?
On the strip squares themselves, yes.
That's to the left of the arrow?
Yes.
And perhaps if we could just point to the C.
I'm talking about this C?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And then it's indicated here as well.
So in other words, it is off to the right, it is indicated 4, approximately the same as C, approximately the same as 1.3.
That's what's indicated.
Incidentally, was Dr. Blake present during this particular analysis?
It states that in the corner of the document, so apparently he was.
Now, going back to the user guide in fact directs the user that any signal at an intensity of the C dot or higher is a positive signal that can be called, correct?
That's what they state.
That's what the user guide says, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, the user guide is the same user guide that you described as containing accepted scientific procedures, correct?
Yes, I've stated that I agree with parts of it and I disagree with others, yes.
With respect to the interpretation of dots at the intensity level of the C dot or above, that's a correct procedure, isn't it?
Again, I disagree with that aspect of it because it's in the presence of a mixture, and when you have a mixture, the dot intensity question becomes confused because the C dot is really developed by the presence of the primary contributor. So using that as a relative gauge is no longer something that I would do.
It is, in fact, what Roche Molecular Systems describes as an appropriate way to interpret the presence of types, correct?
I believe if you read the user guide, they themselves state that in the presence of mixtures, you should use extreme caution.
And in fact, they state that you should use caution in interpreting any mixture, correct?
That's correct.
But they also state that a signal that is equal to the C dot or greater is a positive signal that can be interpreted as present, correct?
That's what they state.
Now, I'd like to shift, if I could then, Your Honor, to what I believe to be 1310, but it's a similar board dealing with the Bundy drop. Now, Dr. Gertie, showing you what's been marked Exhibit 1310. You stated that you felt that it was arbitrary to call the 1.3 dot as present with regard to item number 31, the bronchoconsul, correct?
Right.
When it's not called as part of item number 52, which is the Bundy blood drop, as reflected on the typing strip on Defendant's Exhibit 1310, correct?
That's my opinion.
Now, I have an additional page I would like marked as, I believe, People's 574.
Yes.
Dr. Gertie, showing you what will be marked People's 574, does that appear to be a similar typing sheet from the Department of Justice that includes the DQ alpha typing of the Bundy blood drop number 52?
This is the typing that was performed on and 31, yes.
October 31st?
Yes, it was typed twice.
All right, then, Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I display the sheet?
Yes.
Now, this was a typing, and I believe you described previously that there were actually 2 DQ Alpha typing runs on number 52 at the Department of Justice, correct?
That's correct.
Now, that is also referred to by the Department of Justice as DNA 55A.
Yes,
Then would it be correct that the second row down, that is, the second row below the first row,
it's right here, yes.
reflects those typing results on the Bundy drop LAPD item 52?
That's correct.
Now, with regard to the 1.3 allele, let's start with, and who was the analyst?
The analyst, again, was Renee Montgomery.
And was there a second reader or confirming
Gary
analyst?
Sims. Gary Sims.
With respect to their viewing of that original strip and the 1.3 allele, what did they note about that particular dot?
They state that there's a trace and that it's less than the C.
Actually, under the 1.3 box, they state C-/trace, correct?
Correct.
Meaning that the intensity of that dot was less than the C dot, correct?
That's what they see, that's correct.
Now, turning to the far right, under comments, there is actually some more notations that include C greater than 1.3,
Correct.
meaning that the 1.3 dot was less intense than the C dot.
That's correct.
And then is there also a notation that appears to have Gary Sims' initials?
Yes.
And what does Mr. Sims note there?
He also states C minus, which was less than C.
The intensity of that dot with regard to item number 52 then was less than the C dot, correct?
Correct.
In comparison to item number 31, the intensity of the 1.3 dot relative to the C dot was different, wasn't it?
Yes.
And the user guide prescribes appropriate ways of interpreting evidence when dots are either equal to or greater than the C dot versus less than the C dot.
Once again, I disagree with that, but they do.
Objection, move to strike. Your Honor, non-responsive.
Overruled.
The user guide provides that those are different interpretations to be made or suggested to be made to analysts, correct?
Yes.
So in reality, what you have called not real in this situation and real with regard to item number 31 are 2 different situations, aren't they?
Well, the other aspect of this that you didn't mention is the fact that these 1.3s are showing up on the control strips.
Well, what I'm asking, though, Dr. Gerdes, is with respect to item 52, the 1.3 is less than the C, correct?
Yes.
With respect to QC 877, the 1.3 is less than the C, isn't it?
Yes.
And with regard to the positive control, the 1.3 noted by the analysts is less than the C dot, correct?
Yes.
All of the samples in this particular series of 3 on Defendant's Exhibit 1310 showed 1.3 alleles less than the C dot, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, that C dot is very important in the interpretation of results, correct?
It's important when you know you don't have a mixture.
Incidentally, Doctor, perhaps we can remove the board. Incidentally, in your laboratory, these protocols that exist, you want your analysts to follow the protocols that you have in place in the lab, correct?
Yes.
Now, I'd like to turn your attention, if I can, to the area of the Bundy drops, number 47 through 50, as well as 52, and in particular, the potential you raised of cross-contamination. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do.
First of all, you've made no studies about cross-contaminating, that is, cross-contamination among forensic samples, correct?
I haven't done any studies myself, no.
You've had no training whatsoever in evidence collection techniques as used by police?
No,
You have no personal experience in evidence collection of any manner, correct, as far as forensic samples?
I believe I've answered that, yes.
And you've conducted absolutely no validation studies involving forensic samples, correct?
That's correct.
Do you believe you are as qualified as Gary Sims to offer an opinion to this jury about proper methods of evidence collection?
I think I've seen a wealth of evidence that has been introduced, and with my experience in microbiology, I feel I'm adequately qualified to speak to those issues.
Do you feel you're as qualified as Gary Sims?
Sustained.
Is there a term called hypothesis testing?
Yes.
What's that mean?
Well, a hypothesis is an explanation for something, and then testing it would be involved setting up an experiment to test it.
In other words, and perhaps you could tell us, what is a hypothesis?
A hypothesis is basically an explanation, and that is a possible explanation for something. And then testing it would involve designing, for instance, a scientific experiment to test how likely that explanation is the true explanation.
And that's part of the scientific method?
Yes.
As we're taught in elementary school and higher education?
Yes.
As far as this issue of cross-contamination of samples, because your lab is not a forensic lab, you don't conduct any investigations into that type of potential, do you?
In any scientific endeavor, scientific results are documented, or should be if it's a scientific method, so that an independent analyst who's trained in the science can doesn't have to do the experiments. He can look at the data and do hypothesis testing based on the data. And it's frequently done in the scientific fields.
As far as your hypothesis, that is, of the potential that these Bundy blood drops were cross-contaminated, you have conducted absolutely no testing to test whether or not that could occur in forensic samples, correct?
I have looked at the data as objectively as possible in terms of the results that the LAPD produces on validation and other specimens, and based on that, I can make conclusions about the likelihood of that hypothesis.
Have you conducted any physical tests to prove whether or not that could happen the way you have suggested it might?
No, I haven't.
With regard to item number 47, can you tell us how much DNA was in that blood drop when it was deposited, when the person bled?
Before it degraded, no.
Is that also true of item number 48,
That's true.
49,
Yes.
50,
Yes.
and 52?
Yes.
And in fact, the levels of DNA in a blood stain can be the level of DNA that was left there by the blood donor instead of from cross-contamination, correct?
That's possible.
You don't know how much bacteria was present on any of these surfaces, do you?
Well, I know there was enough bacteria to cause substantial degradation.
You have conducted no tests to determine if the amount of bacteria, for instance, in item number 47 was the same on through out to item number 52 on the back driveway, have you?
As far as quantitating the bacteria, no.
Is it important? Well, let me rephrase that. Would it be a factor in determining how much degradation occurred to know how much bacteria was in each of those samples?
I think that the critical aspect of this is how much degradation there is on the DNA, not how much bacteria is there.
Isn't it important to know how much DNA was there to start with?
There's no way of determining that.
Is it important to
It
know
would
that?
be, if you could determine that, it would be important.
Because that would tell you how much degradation actually occurred from bacteria. Isn't that right?
Yes.
As far as item number 117, and so we're clear, item number 52 was a blood stain on the back driveway, correct?
Correct.
Item number 117 was a blood stain on the back gate.
Correct.
Is it your testimony that the conditions where the blood was actually recovered from was the same for item 52 as it was for 117?
It wasn't the exact location. I think it was in the same general area, so I would anticipate the conditions would be approximately the same.
Well, wasn't one of them found on a driveway, a surface that is flat?
Yes.
Wasn't one of them found on a vertical surface or something at an up and down location?
Yes.
As far as the collection of items number 115, 116, and 117, first of all, they're all from the back gate, correct?
Correct.
Can you tell us how long they were in plastic bags after they were recovered?
As far as I know, that's not known.
Is that an important fact in comparing relative DNA amounts and relative bacterial degradation?
It might have some bearing, but I wouldn't anticipate it would be a major difference in terms of the amount of time.
You have criticized the use of plastic bags in terms of collecting evidence and transporting it and storing it in plastic bags, correct?
Correct.
Wouldn't the amount of time that a wet bloodstain was in a plastic bag be very important in determining degradation?
It would be relevant.
It would be more than relevant, wouldn't it?
It would be important.
What time of the day were 115, 116, and 117 collected?
I think it was in the afternoon, but I'm not 100% sure on that. I'd have to look it up.
Do you know how hot it was that day?
No,
Isn't that important?
it could have some relevance.
Well, it could have a good deal of relevance in terms of comparing relative degradation amounts, correct?
Yes.
Can you tell us how long 115 through 117 were in their plastic bags in the truck?
I haven't seen that written anywhere. I'm not sure. I'm not aware of that.
Wouldn't that be important to know also, to compare degradation of those samples versus degradation due to bacteria of the original Bundy blood drops?
It would, but those are a month older to begin with, too, so it's kind of hard to figure out what's going on here.
Well, a blood stain on a gate isn't the same as a wet blood stain in a plastic bag, is it?
No.
In fact, when blood dries, it becomes, well, let me rephrase that. Isn't dried blood a much better form to store blood in to preserve its DNA content than wet blood?
That's true.
In fact, dried blood stains are capable of being typed after weeks, months, years, or even decades in some instances, correct?
That's been claimed.
Well, hasn't that been demonstrated by the scientific literature?
Yes.
Aren't all of these factors, when an item was collected, how much DNA was present, how much bacteria was present, how the items were stored, temperatures, and each of the items that we have just discussed, aren't they all important factors in rendering an opinion about relative degradation in one sample and another?
Yes.
And you have rendered that opinion of comparing 117 with 52 without knowing information or having information about each of these factors that we've just described.
Not all of those are known, but the fact is it's an older sample, and my opinion is based on that.
Say that one of the samples was a month older. Which one are you talking about?
They were collected later.
Is that the only comment you're making, as far as a 1 month period?
You're starting at a different starting point
And by starting point, what do you mean?
in terms of how old the specimen was before it was collected.
Isn't it correct that you cannot testify that those samples weren't deposited at the same time or within minutes of one another?
I'm not talking about when they were deposited, I'm talking about when they were collected.
Well, I'm referring now to when they were deposited. From your review of these materials, you cannot state that those two samples weren't deposited within minutes of each other, can you?
As far as when they were deposited, no.
Now, I believe, Dr. Gerdes, you described the fact that from your review of the materials, and I'm referring to the LAPD validation studies, that you could find no instance in which there was more than one run on the same day?
In the table that I looked at, yes,
Okay.
that I derived.
So you're going only by the chart that you made, is that right?
Yes.
As far as the materials that you have, and I'm referring to the validation studies, do you only have in your possession those particular records where you charted an event like contamination, in your opinion?
No, I have the complete set of records.
Okay. Can I refer your attention then to the date of May 6, 1994 in your records?
Yes.
And in particular, who is the analyst on the first run that you show for May 6th?
Colin Yamauchi.
Do you show a second run on May 6th by Aaron Riley?
No, I don't.
All right. I'd ask to be marked as people's next in order,
575.
which consists of two hybridization records, and I'll have the witness further authenticated. Dr. Gerdes, could you take a moment to look at those two documents? Is the court going to take a break at a particular time?
As soon as you finish.
With this area?
This is a relatively minor point.
I understand.
I don't have these particular documents.
All right. Well, perhaps we can just shorten it. Do those appear to be two runs on the same day, one by Aaron Riley and one by Colin Yamauchi?
They appear to be, but these particular cases involve casework, and I believe they weren't. I was not given these.
Well, weren't you allowed to see each of the testings in their books, that is the LAPD books, including polymarker as well as casework?
Yes, but these are not. They were not provided as part of discovery, and there weren't additional discovery that I obtained.
Weren't you allowed to look at the original records of those?
Yes.
Keep
I
going.
don't have much longer, but I have more than 5 minutes, let's say.
Keep going.
Would it be possible to take a break, Your Honor, to collect a few items as well? I assure the court it will not be lengthy.
How much time do you need?
Now, how much for the testimony time? Probably about 10 to 15 minutes, but I need to collect some items if I could.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our mid-afternoon recess at this time. Remember all my admonitions to you, and we'll stand in recess until 3 o'clock. All right, Dr. Gerdes, you can step down. All right, back on the record in the Simpson matter. Deputy McNair, let's have the jurors, please. I take it, Mr. Clark, you have all your exhibits that you need to conclude?
Yes.
Seated. Dr. Gerdes? All right, let the record reflect that we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Dr. John Gerdes is again on the witness stand undergoing a recross-examination by Mr. Clark, who is about to conclude his recross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Dr. Gerdes, just returning, if I could, for a few moments to the area of different levels of DNA in samples. You've described age as a factor that can impact how degraded a DNA sample is, correct?
Yes.
That's not the only factor that impacts that, is it?
No, there are multiple factors involved.
The substrate, the surface that a stain is on, can impact it.
That's possible.
The way a sample is packaged, let's say, after it's collected.
That's possible.
Whether the sample is collected in a relatively wetter or drier state impacts that rate of degradation.
That's true.
And temperature can impact that rate of degradation as well.
True.
So those are a series, or at least 4 or 5 or 6 examples of factors that can affect how a sample degrades and at what rate.
Correct.
Now, you described, Dr. Gerdes, your opinion that 28% of the time that there was a contaminant in your examination of the LAPD PCR typing that was not shown in the negative control.
Correct.
Now, that is dependent on how you've used the term contaminant through all of your review of that material, correct?
Correct.
That includes dots or reactions from the various types that are less than the C dot, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, from your review of the LAPD, that includes a very large number of samples that in fact had reactions that you classified as a contaminant that were less than the C dot, correct?
That's correct.
In fact, that C dot is very important in interpreting results, correct?
It's important in interpreting a single sample known to be from a known individual.
Is there any instance in this case in which a dot is called as a genuine result where it's less than this C dot?
I don't recall. I think there are some that are very close in terms of my interpretation versus theirs from looking at the strips.
In this case, as to the results, and sorry, your answer was you don't recall, but you think there may have been?
I think there may have been.
As far as samples that are called, again, in this case, isn't the fact that reactions are at the C dot or higher very important in determining the accuracy of results?
I've expressed my opinion on that.
Well, I'm sorry, Dr. Gerdes. What my question is to you is, isn't it a fact that in calling results in this case, whether those results are at or above the C dot is in fact very important in calling DQ alpha results?
It's important in determining that you have a minimum amount of DNA, yes.
And in fact, that's just what the user guide recommends, isn't it?
Yes.
It's what the package insert, that little insert that comes with the kits, recommends also, isn't it?
Yes.
And in fact, it's what Gary Sims followed in this case, isn't it?
Yes.
It's It's what Renee Montgomery followed in this case.
Yes.
It's what Robin Cotton and Paula Yates and Julie Cooper followed in this case, correct?
Yes.
It's what Colin Yamauchi followed in this case.
Yes.
As far as these kits from Roche, you don't have any complaints with Roche about the quality of the kits they manufacture, do you?
No.
They manufacture the DQ Alpha kit,
Yes.
the D1S80 kit,
Yes.
the Polymarker kit,
Yes.
and in fact, you use your own kit for, well, let me rephrase that. You use the Roche manufactured kit to test chlamydia in clinical casework, correct?
That's correct.
Now, earlier, you described the fact that, in your opinion, contamination at the LAPD was predominantly in the reagent extraction controls. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you used the term at early stages, that is, at early stages in the DNA typing process. Is that right?
That's correct.
Where is that shown? Let me rephrase that. As far as contamination shown in the early phases or early stages in this case, where is that shown in the controls that were run in this case?
The substrate controls were clean in this particular case.
Well, weren't the other controls negative as well in this case?
The two reference samples showed evidence of cross-contamination. Other than that, the other controls were clean.
Reagent blanks?
Yes.
Positive amplification controls?
Yes.
Negative amplification controls?
Yes.
Quality control samples?
Yes.
Aren't the fact that those controls all operated properly, isn't that an extremely important fact in evaluating the reliability of the results in this case?
In this particular case, you're dealing with very degraded samples and with low levels of DNA. It introduces a new situation in terms of how well those controls would be expected to work. As we discussed on problems, that's my opinion, yes.
Shouldn't be used to include people,
That's correct.
shouldn't be used to exclude people.
That's correct.
And Dr. Gerdes, the opinion you offer about PCR and the fact that in your opinion it shouldn't be used, you offer that opinion whether or not there are RFLP results based on the same sample.
That's correct.
Certainly.
Further, Your Honor.
Mr. Scheck?
Dr. Gerdes, Mr. Clark asked you if there were tests that you performed in this case to confirm a hypothesis of cross-contamination. Do you recall that?
Yes.
If the Rockingham glove and Bundy blood drops were cross-contaminated in the evidence processing room on June 14th, is there any kind of a test that you could think of that could prove that now?
Objection assumes facts not in evidence.
Overruled.
No. At this point, it's essentially the same DNA. It's been transferred physically, and from that point on, there's nothing you could do, any kind of analysis, that would allow you to determine that that's the reason that that DNA is on that sample.
He asked you questions about tests to determine levels of bacterial degradation. You recall that?
Yes.
Were yield gels done in this case?
Yes.
Did Gary Sims render an opinion about what the yield gels showed in this case?
Yes.
What do the yield gels tell us about samples 48, 49, 50, and 52?
They're degraded, significantly degraded
By bacteria.
by, yes.
You were asked questions about the blood stains on the back gate that were collected on July 3rd versus the Bundy blood drops that were collected on June 13th. You recall those?
Yes.
Now, is it your understanding that all those samples were originally dry when collected?
No.
Well, were the Bundy blood drops dry before they were swatched with wet
No,
swatches?
they were wet.
The back gate, what about that?
They presumably were dry.
And if you put, whether wet or dry, if you swatch the sample with a wet swatch
Yes.
and put it in the plastic bag, is that what begins the process of degradation?
Yes, they're now all wet.
And in terms of these stains on the back gate, you've read the demonstration papers in regard to the effects of environmental conditions
Yes.
on bloodstains.
Yes.
In your judgment, are those the rigorous scientific studies?
I'm not convinced they're rigorous, but they deal with the kinds of things that possibly could cause degradation.
But in terms of their demonstrations, do they demonstrate that sunlight on a blood stain over time causes degradation?
Yes.
Does it indicate that exposure to moisture and other environmental insults over time on a blood stain causes degradation?
Yes.
In terms of your microbiology background, would you expect that there would be degradation on stains over time that were exposed to sunlight, moisture, and other environmental insults?
Yes.
In terms of location, were samples 50 and 117 separated by more than a few feet?
They didn't appear to be, no.
Now, you were asked a whole series of questions about the relevance of the CDOT. What is your opinion about the relevance of the CDOT when interpreting mixtures?
Objection, no foundation.
Sustain.
Well, in terms of a control, when interpreting a DQ alpha strip with a mixed sample, withdrawn. Mr. Clark asked you questions about the CDOT being a very important control. You
Yes.
recall those? And your answer was, it's an important control when you're dealing with one known sample, correct?
Correct.
All right. When dealing with a mixture, what is the relevance of the CDOT as a control?
It simply states that there's enough DNA there to type, but when there's a mixture, you can't interpret how much of that DNA is from the first contributor or individual and how much is from the second. And so the intensity of the dots become irrelevant.
So the intensity, when you're dealing with a mixture, the intensity of the dots relative to the CDOT, what is the relevance of that in your opinion?
It's irrelevant.
Now, and in the user guide, do they say in a mixture that you should interpret that the same way you interpret a single source sample in relation to the CDOT?
No, they state that you should be extremely careful when you know you're dealing with a mixture or you have evidence of a mixture.
All right, so it's not a clean bill of health.
That's correct.
And you go further in your judgment.
Correct.
Now, without bringing the boards back up again, with respect to the 1.3 dots, the faint 1.3 dots on the Bronco sample, on item 31, and the 1.3 dots on LAPD item 52, does development time, as illustrated by those boards, is that a factor in terms of the intensity of the dots?
Yes, by developing that longer, the dot becomes more intense.
So when DOJ, what is the window of development length at DOJ?
20 to 30 minutes.
And if they develop it longer, the dot becomes more intense?
Yes,
Less, shorter period, less intense?
yes.
What about the controls in those samples? What is the purpose of a positive control when running a series of experiments like that?
Well, if you have any indication of dots or human DNA or artifacts that shouldn't be there, you should not interpret that result.
Is the expression in science controls failing?
Yes, the controls failed.
And if the controls fail, is it scientifically correct in any kind of scientific experiment to call the results?
No, it's not correct.
Did the controls fail with respect to item 31?
Yes.
Now, ask that these two documents be marked defendants next in order.
1315,
Sorry, they'd be
1315.
1315 and 1316. Actually, Your Honor, maybe we could make one, the first one 1315A and the other one 1315B.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Clark handed you some typing sheets from casework that you had never seen before.
That's correct.
All right.
I don't think that was clerk testimony.
Had you ever seen those two sheets before?
No. No. Well, I may have seen them while I was at the laboratory. I didn't have them in my documents
Were
here.
they produced for you?
They were produced for me, yes.
Were those two sheets produced for you initially by LAPD and Discovery?
They weren't sent to me specifically.
I'm not talking about 1315A
No, I know.
and B.
I may have seen them glanced at them while I was at the laboratory. They were not a document that I requested on Discovery. It was not provided to me to look at a later time.
All right. And were a series of these documents initially provided to you in Discovery?
Yes.
Now, this is Appendix 1295. Do those two pieces of paper that Mr. Clark you in any way change your opinion about the level of contamination that you found on runs at the Los Angeles Police Department between May of 1993 and August of 1994?
No, they don't. Those were all evidence items, and they weren't something I would have considered in the analysis.
Now, putting 1315, what are 1315A and B?
These are 2 pages that were provided on Discovery. One was discovered with the first batch of Discovery, and the second was subsequently provided again at a different date.
And what is 1315A, the one you indicated that was first provided? Show. Please come back.
It shows a series of strips, and then some of these strips, 1 through 4, have been blocked off. At that time, a number of strips were blocked off like this, and it was explained to me that this was because they were evidence items.
Where is 1315B?
This is the same page on a subsequent discovery when this time they're not blocked off, and the first item is a control swab.
And what does that show in terms of contamination?
It's contaminated with a 4 dot.
Were you dependent upon what was provided to you in terms of the materials about what you got from the LAPD people when you made your request?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Clark?
Yes. Can I have just a moment, Your Honor? Dr. Gerdes, with regard to that particular set of samples that you just placed on the board, that involved a control, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, on your chart, you note that control as having what you characterize as a contaminant, correct?
Yes, based on the second batch of discovery that I received.
And that was in January of 1995?
I believe so, yes. Well, actually, that particular item was mailed to me before then, sometime in December.
Where you were able to see all of the samples?
On the second batch, yes.
And that was in January?
Either December or January, yes.
So you've had that sample with all of the samples shown for at least 7 months?
Yes.
And in fact, both of the charts that you provided to the people both show that particular sample as one of your alleged instances of contamination, correct?
Yes, the point is that it was blocked off the first time I received it, and only through discovery being able to see all of the unblocked off materials.
Objection moved to strike, non-responsive.
Sustained, answer stricken.
Dr. Gerdes, what I'm asking you is, didn't you have an opportunity to see that at least 7 months ago?
Yes,
And in fact, you got to see all of the strips that were in the binders at the LAPD, correct? DQ alpha strips?
correct.
You had an opportunity to see the polymarker strips, but elected not to review them. Is that right?
That's correct. LAPD didn't do polymarker for this case.
Polymarker strips have negative controls also?
Yes,
It is.
Now, as far as item number 117, Dr. Gerdes, you don't know how much was in that sample when it was left there, do you? How much DNA?
no,
And in fact, 117 can be a degraded sample, can't it?
according to the check gel, the yield gel, it's not degraded to the degree that the others are.
But it is degraded, isn't it?
There's some degree of degradation in any of these samples.
Now, with respect to items 47 through 50 and 52, they were stored in plastic bags, correct?
Correct,
They were left in a truck for some time, is that correct?
correct,
And in fact, they were in a wet state while they were stored in those plastic bags in a truck, correct?
correct.
To your knowledge, did that occur for a number of hours?
Yes.
With regard to 117, that's not the same case, is it?
A lot of those details I'm not aware of the details on that second time they did this.
I'd like you to assume hypothetically that when 115, 116, and 117 were collected, they were placed in plastic bags, and in fact they were recovered from those plastic bags in a time much less than was the case with the Bundy blood drops.
Based on no evidence in this case.
It's fake.
As far as the time that samples may spend in plastic bags when they're collected, wouldn't it be a factor how many evidence items were collected at the same time? Whether it's one or two others, or whether it's perhaps 30 or 40 other stains. Would that be important in terms of how much time that wet blood spent in a plastic bag?
If I understand your question correctly, you're asking me if it would make a difference if there was one swatch or 50 swatches in the same plastic bag? Is that what you're saying? As opposed to all in different bags?
No, the actual collection of a number of items so that the evidence collector would have to spend more time in the collection process.
In the collection process?
I don't know that this is an appropriate question for Dr. Gerdes.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
I don't know that that's an appropriate question for this witness.
Would you agree that the less time that a particular item spent in a plastic bag in a wet state, the more likely that sample would contain more DNA?
That's probably true.
Would you agree that in fact that could account for, in this case, the difference in DNA amounts in 117 versus 47 through 50 and 52?
Objection, speculation, based on the
Sustained.
evidence.
As far as these number of factors that can account for differences in DNA levels, you would agree, would you not, that the time spent in those bags would be an important factor?
It would be one factor that's important, yes.
All right, thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor.
$11.65. Mr. Clark has been asking you if you know the amount of blood to start with on 47, 48, 50, 52, 115, 116, 117, right?
Correct.
Does anybody know?
Nobody knows.
Is there any test that can tell us exactly how much there was at the beginning?
No.
Now, in terms of the amounts of high molecular weight DNA, does 1165, based on a hypothetical chart, subsequently the bar chart, does that reflect the comparative amounts of high molecular weight human DNA in the Bundy blot drops as opposed to 117?
It does.
A and B. Let's start with A. Do you recall seeing this chart introduced at the time through the testimony of Gary Sims, indicating a comparison of the concentration of 117 compared to the other samples?
Yes.
Do you agree with it?
Yes.
Does it indicate that 117 is much more concentrated than the other samples?
Yes.
Does it indicate 115 and 116 are more concentrated than the other samples?
Yes.
Do you know, you were asked about when these blood stains were deposited on these locations, correct?
Correct.
Do you know?
No.
Excuse me, objection beyond the scope.
Oral.
Also misstates the evidence.
It does. Misstates the question.
I'm sorry. Do you know when blood stains 115, 116, and 117 were deposited?
No.
You don't know if it was after June 13th.
That's correct. I don't know that.
And you don't know if it came from blood that contained EDTA.
That's true.
Nothing further.
Mr. Clark?
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Dr. Gerdes, thank you very much, sir. You may
Thank you.
step down. Next witness.
May we approach something with that next witness? There's some things we have to discuss.
All right, let me ask the jury to step out just briefly. Should be a short while. Could you reflect all the jurors that have withdrawn from the courtroom? All right, who's the next witness?
Your Honor, the next witness is Dr. Terrence Speed.
All right. Mr. Harmon?
Yes, Your Honor. tried to bring this up this morning. I just would like the court to know that we have no notes, we have no report from Professor Speed, which is not surprising in the way this
When you
case
say
is.
no notice, what do you mean by that?
No notes, I'm sorry,
Notes.
notes, N-O-T-E-S.
Got it.
And no report from Professor Speed. So I'd like at this point, we seem to have, contrary to what Mr. Cochran said this morning, you know, we're going to get all the notes. Mr. Blazier says we only get notes that we ask for. I'd like to ask for whatever notes he has, because I'm not sure that's the way you interpret Prop 115, but now that he's here and he's about to testify, it'd be nice to have some idea what he was going to talk about.
Your Honor, there are no notes at all regarding the subject matter of his testimony. As I have already explained to Mr. Harmon, I think it was also mentioned by Mr. Scheck earlier today, he did no calculations at all. He will be testifying broadly in a way that is critical of and contradicts the expert testimony of such witnesses as Robin Cotton and Bruce Weir on statistical issues. And he will be speaking in general terms about what's wrong with their testimony as an expert in the field of statistics. There are no calculations that are going to be coming into this witness, and that's why there are no notes, and that's why there's no report.
All right. You know, the hazard, though, of this is that probably what will happen is you'll finish your direct examination, and then we'll have a 2-week request for a continuance for the cross-examination.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Well, they may make the request. I think what you'll find, Your Honor, based on the testimony of this witness, which, by the way, as I mentioned to Mr. Harmon, I think if we start in 5 minutes, there was a chance we might actually finish the entire direct examination today. It's going to be very narrow and very defined.
Well, let's see. I mean, obviously, that all depends on what he testifies to.
Right, and then you may find, in fact, that giving them the evening to consider the scope of cross-examination may be more than adequate.
But, Your Honor, I just want to inject something. It's not that we didn't try to avoid this. Professor Speed can attest to this. I sent him a letter, as we have sent to other witnesses, alerting him that we had no idea what he was going to talk about. He was in the local hotel where all the defense experts hole up. He sent me a cordial note back saying thanks, but no thanks. And not wanting to be in this situation where I was going to ask you for a continuance so I could effectively cross-examine him, I faxed him every place I could think of, and I haven't gotten a cordial acknowledgement to this one. I said, okay, if you don't want to talk to me, talk to your friend and colleague Bruce Weir, just so we can avoid exactly what's unavoidable right now. I haven't gotten a response. It'd be nice if I had an acknowledgement that he got it at statistics at UC Berkeley or at the local hotel where they all stay. I haven't gotten even that, but we've really tried to avoid this, and I have no idea what he's going to talk about. I have one specific item that I know he's going to talk about that I'd like to take up now. So we've really tried to avoid this because we really want to get this case going too. We want to finish this case, but we certainly can't do it when they sandbag us, where they don't even allow us access to have a cordial conversation with people whom they're colleagues with. So that's the reality. We've tried to avoid this. It's unavoidable right now, Your Honor.
All right. What's that other area?
The other area is the infamous letter that got my colleague, Mr. Clark here, the black mark. We're going to see it again. And they're going to try to get it in through Professor Speed. And you know, I think you need to look at this whole packet of letters. This is a packet of signatories for which actually there are no signatures. There's the rejection letter from Nature, which explains why they don't publish letters with all these signatures on it. And then somehow, as if this cures all the hearsay, Professor Coyne.
All right. Well, we've already dealt with this issue once before, haven't we?
Well, we're going to deal with it again because they think that this August 3rd affidavit from Professor Coyne, whom we'd love to see up in the blue chair, is going to allow Professor Speed to get this letter in. And I just alert the court that I think we should have some discussions about the propriety of this.
Well, I've already ruled on that letter, so I don't anticipate
Well,
anything.
fine. As long as that ruling stands, there's no problem.
All right.
Your Honor, it is my understanding that the ruling on the letter in part stemmed from the fact that it couldn't come in through those other witnesses. This is a witness who was actually part of the collection of signatures for the letter. He's not just one of the signatories himself, but he actually personally collected signatures for it and got
Well, then
confirmation.
perhaps he has the expertise to testify to its contents or the nature of the letter without actually going into the hearsay of the letter itself.
I mean, right, I agree with you. I'm not planning on actually introducing the letter. but I believe that, under 801B, he's allowed to sort of rely and consider hearsay as part of the basis for his opinion. I do not intend to introduce the
But
piece
all
of
of that's
paper.
still subject to 352.
I understand that also, but I believe, Your
Because
Honor,
I don't want to get into the publication processes and all of that kind of stuff, the peer review and all of that.
I agree.
Well, we would like a 402 hearing on whether or not this falls within 802. This thing was never published. I don't think it's too big a guess. He's probably never even seen half the people who've signed this letter, and he probably doesn't even know the other half of them. And I think we're entitled to know if they're going to try to funnel this in. Remember now, we've had all these names read off, okay? They just want to plant this
Well,
in the
Mr.
record.
Harmon, let's do this. Let's start the direct examination, see how far we get. If we hit this particular point, and it seems to be a point in controversy, it could be a big deal based upon the context of his testimony, excuse me, or it could be a very not big deal. I don't know. Let's see.
So where do we stand with respect to referring to the letter, Your Honor?
When we hit the letter, we'll talk about it. All right, let's have the jury. If we hit the letter.
Package that I gave to Mr. Harmon.
Mr. Neufeld, you may call the next witness.
At this time, the defense calls Professor Terrence Speed.
All right, Dr. Speed. Right next to the court reporter there, face the clerk.
Raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear that the testimony you give in the cause not any of
I do.
Please have the witness stand and state both your first and last names for the record.
My name is Terence, T-E-R-E-N-C-E, Paul Speed, S-P-E-E-D.
Mr. Neufeld.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Well, Professor Speed, you've already given us your name. Where do you live?
In Berkeley, California.
Okay. And could you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what your occupation is and what positions you hold?
I'm Professor of Statistics at the University of California at Berkeley.
And could you please, for the ladies and gentlemen, the jury, summarize your education?
I received a bachelor's degree in science, majoring in mathematics and statistics at a university in Melbourne, Australia, and later a PhD majoring in mathematics at another university, Monash University, also in Australia.
And could you also summarize your professional appointments since the time you received your PhD?
Okay. After I got my PhD, I went to the United Kingdom, worked for about 4 years at the University of Sheffield. Then I went back to Australia, worked for 9 years as a professor in mathematics at the University of Western Australia. Then I left academia for a few years and had a job in a government laboratory as chief of a group of mathematicians and statisticians. And that was about 8 years ago. I left there and went to University of California, Berkeley, where I've been ever since.
Now, one moment, let's back up a second. You said that you taught at the University of Western Australia,
That's correct.
and while you were at the University of Western Australia, did you have a particular title at some point during that time?
Yeah, towards the end of my period there, I was the chair of the Department of Mathematics.
And you also mentioned, sir, that, excuse me, Professor, that you took some time off and you worked for something called the Division of Mathematics and Statistics.
Right, that's
Could you explain what that is?
That's a division of an organisation with a very long title, which I'll give, Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organisation, which is a very large multidisciplinary organisation spread all around Australia doing research in those areas. And they had a division of mathematics and statistics with about 100 mathematicians and statisticians, again located all around Australia, and I was the chief of that group.
You weren't simply one of the 100 in that department, you were actually the chief of it.
That's correct.
Okay. And you mentioned that currently you are a professor at the University of California at Berkeley. Is that referred to as Cal or Berkeley? What's the easiest way for me to refer to it for the future? Or I can defer. Is it Cal?
UC Berkeley, it's
Okay.
pretty brief.
All right. During the time that you were at the University of California at Berkeley in the statistics department, were you ever made the chairman of that department?
Yeah, I was chair for 4 years, 1989 to 93. Then I went on sabbatical and gave up the chair.
Could you tell the jury and myself and other counsel in the court, what is statistics?
Well, a one-line definition might be something like this, that it's the use of numerical information, or it's the art and science of using numerical information to answer questions of interest to people.
Can you give us some examples of statistics?
Yeah. One example might be, why does the casino always win at roulette? Another one might be, how do I design an experiment to test whether a new drug or a new medical treatment is better or not better than an existing one? A third one might be, how do we design sampling procedures so we can predict the outcome of something like an election with a very, very small number of people, just a few thousand out of a country the size of the United States?
Can you give us some, I'm sorry, are you aware of any examples of where good statistics are used to overthrow some accepted but nevertheless erroneous view?
Certainly. There's lots in the medical area where new medical techniques and in former days new drugs became available and without proper testing were found by their proponents to be effective, yet when well-designed statistically valid studies were conducted, they were found to be ineffective. So it's now quite commonly used to screen drugs, not quite as commonly used to screen surgical procedures and other medical interventions.
All right. Are you a member of any professional organizations within the field of statistics?
Yeah, lots.
Okay. Are any of those, why don't you summarize it if you could?
Well, I'm a member of statistical societies, the major ones in the United States, which are the American Statistical Association, and the Institute of Mathematical Statistics. I remain active in the Australian Statistical Society and one in the United Kingdom, and another one, the Biometric Society.
Okay, you mentioned the Institute of Mathematical Statistics. What is that?
Well, that's the professional organisation of people with a somewhat more theoretical bent, mathematical statistics rather than just statistics.
And have you been elected to any executive body in that organization?
Yeah, I'm a member of the council of that body.
Is that the governing council?
Yeah.
And you also mentioned that you were a member of the Biometric Society. What is the Biometric Society, Professor?
Well, that's a society of people who are interested in applying statistics to biology and medicine.
And have you held any office in that organization?
Yeah, I've had the presidency of one of the regions. That's a worldwide society which is divided up, I think, into about 10 regions. And for a period, a few years ago, I was president of one of the regions.
And by the way, the Biometric Society, which you said is involved with the interface of statistics and biology and medicine, does it also involve the application of statistics to genetics?
Certainly.
And by genetics, I mean, does it also involve the application of statistics to DNA typing?
Yeah, I think genetics these days includes molecular genetics, which is pretty much things related to DNA.
And are you also a member of the AAAS?
That's correct.
And what does that stand for, sir?
That's the American Association for the Advancement of Science.
And do you have any particular status in that organization?
Well, I have been elected to a fellowship of that organisation.
So is that an organization that anyone can just join, or does it require election?
Anyone can just join, but you have to be elected to be a fellow.
Now, are you currently a member of any advisory body which focuses on human genetics research?
Yeah, I'm a member of what's called the Human Genome Study Group, formed by the National Institutes of Health.
Could you please tell us what that is, sir?
Well, as people may know, there is a thing going on these days called the Human Genome Project, which is a very detailed study of the DNA in a typical human. And there is a whole institute of the National Institutes of Health devoted to research and promoting the broad study of that area. And they give away many millions of dollars each year to researchers around the world, but mainly in the United States. And the grants or the proposals that come in get assessed by this study group, of which I'm a member.
Now, other than your appointments to these various organizations, Professor, have you served on the editorial boards of any peer-reviewed journals in your field?
Yeah, I've served on the editorial board of most of the major journals in my field, although right now I've got off most of them recently, and I'm only on one at the moment.
And aside from your editorial appointments, Professor, have you authored any technical papers in the field of statistics?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many?
I think it's, about 100, 120. I'd have to just have a glance. Yeah, I think up to about 120.
Okay. Could you please tell us a little bit what these papers are about and how they've evolved over the years?
Well, shortly after I did my PhD, most of them were somewhat theoretical in nature, but over the last decade or so, I've got increasingly involved in the applications of statistics to a variety of disciplines, but primarily biology and more recently genetics.
And even before you became involved in the field of probabilities in genetics and in DNA typing, were you involved, did you write a paper on nuclear reactor accidents?
I did.
And did that paper involve the likelihood that certain errors can occur which could cause a nuclear mishap?
Yes, it was a critique of a big study conducted by what is now called the Nuclear Regulatory Commission to try to find the probability or the risk of an accident from a commercial nuclear reactor.
And in your opinion, was your work on that paper at all related to any of the issues that you're going to be testifying to today?
Well, in the general sense that paper was a critique of the statistics that was used in that study, I was very critical of the study because it, in my view, misused statistics quite badly, and to some extent there is an element of that in the use of statistics in DNA profiling. To that extent, there's a similarity.
Over the last 4 or 5 years, approximately how many articles have you authored on the application of statistics to genetics?
I think it'd be about 20.
Now, you're not a forensic scientist, are you?
I am not.
Do you believe you need to be a forensic scientist before you can give an expert opinion on the application of statistics to forensic DNA profiling?
I certainly hope not, because if that were the case, you would have to be a professional in any discipline to which statistics was applied before you could comment on it. And that's not the way things work.
How do things work, Doctor?
Well, if a statistician is going to make comments on the use of statistics in another discipline, then obviously they need to be familiar to some extent with that other discipline, and in particular to be able to appreciate the way statistics is being used. They certainly don't have to be professionals in that discipline. If they were, they wouldn't be statisticians.
Now, how did you become interested in the application of statistics to forensic DNA profiling?
Well, the interest in statistics and genetics is long-standing, and I think it was around 1990 there was a one-day symposium on exactly that topic, statistics in DNA identification, down here in LA, and I and a few students came down and attended it, and we got our first taste of the subject.
And as a result of that first taste on the subject 5 years ago, did you continue to do reading and thinking and participate in scholarly discussions about that subject?
Yes, I did.
Have you been asked at any time during the last 5 years to actually become involved in criminal cases involving the application of statistics to forensic DNA profiling?
Yes, I have.
And approximately how many times have you become involved in cases of that nature other than this case?
Twice.
And in those 2 cases where you became involved, did you consult for the defense or the prosecution?
Both cases involved a public defender.
And in both of those cases, sir, did you charge a fee for your expert work?
No, I didn't.
So in neither of them did you charge a fee?
That's correct.
Okay. And in the course of working on those cases, did you have an opportunity to review database auto ads produced by a DNA laboratory?
I did.
Which laboratory was that?
Well, we made a visit to Quantico, which is where the FBI sort of research, DNA research operation is based.
Now, in addition to those 2 cases that you were involved in, have you remained interested in the issue?
Yes, I certainly have.
Have you organized and or attended any statistics conferences, sessions devoted to the forensic issues?
Yes, I have. Yeah.
By the way, have you ever been approached by law enforcement to become involved in this issue to assist the prosecution?
I have.
And when was that and where was that, Professor?
I think it was about spring 1993. I got a call from the people at the Berkeley lab, which is referred to here as DOJ.
Would that be the same laboratory that Gary Sims works at?
Yes.
Okay, and could you please tell us what happened?
Well, I was just invited to come and look around the lab and chat to people because they had heard, presumably through my involvement with these cases, that I'm interested in the subject. So I looked around and we exchanged views.
And at that time, with that meeting at the Department of Justice Laboratory, did you share your thoughts and criticisms of the statistical applications being used by the laboratory?
Yeah, I did. I got the impression that they would have liked me to...
Sustain.
Okay. Now, aside from that experience you had at the DOJ laboratory when they invited you there to view their laboratory work and to discuss these issues with them, have you ever, on any other occasion, assisted law enforcement?
Yes.
And could you please tell us when that was?
I think it was early 1993. I was approached by people from, well, they were based in the Alameda County District Attorney's Office, but one of the people was a federal prosecutor, I believe.
And to your knowledge, by the way, Professor Speed, is Mr. Harmon here a member of the Alameda County District Attorney's Office?
I believe so.
Okay. Please go ahead, sir.
Well, they were working on a case involving the possibility of the sale of contaminated meat in a supermarket chain. There'd been quite a number of tests that had proved to be positive for contamination, and they wanted to organise a sampling plan to see if this was systematic and not just occasional contamination.
So did law enforcement at that time use your expertise in the field of statistics to help them design the appropriate study for the prosecution?
They did.
By the way, when you did that work for the Alameda County District Attorney's Office back in 1993, did you personally receive any compensation for that work?
No.
Would I be correct in saying, Professor, that this is actually, though, your first time testifying in a court of law on the forensic application of DNA?
That's correct.
Are you a little bit nervous? No? Okay. Now, you mentioned that in the 2 times where you assisted the defense that you didn't charge any compensation, and you mentioned that the time that you assisted the prosecution in their case that you didn't charge any fee as well. In this case, are you accepting any fee, any money at all in exchange for your time and your expertise and your testimony?
No.
Now, Professor, are you familiar with Dr. Bruce Weir, who testified in this case as a prosecution witness?
I am.
Has Dr. Weir ever sought your input on his writing on the statistical applications of forensic DNA issues?
Yeah, he has.
Now, Dr. Weir testified that he had no background in forensic science and no training in forensic science. Do you have any training at all in that area?
No.
After you became involved in this case, Professor, did you review any of the testimony of different witnesses?
I did.
And which testimony have you reviewed?
I've reviewed Dr. Weir's, I've reviewed Mr. Sims, I've reviewed Dr. Cotton's, and I've seen some of the testimony from the LAPD, like Mr. Yamauchi. So,
Have you also, are you also familiar with the testimony that Dr. Gerdes gave during the last several days?
yes, I've been watching and I've been present for some of it.
Have you reviewed any of the open proficiency test data that these laboratories talked about?
I have.
Have you reviewed Dr. Weir's report and the calculations contained therein?
Yes.
By the way, Professor, have you written a report for this case?
I have not.
Have you been asked to make any calculations in regard to this case?
No.
Now, other than reviewing the materials that you described, have you met with the lawyers to discuss these issues
I have.
on a number of occasions?
Yeah, on about 3 occasions, I think, 3 or 4, over several months.
And what, if anything else, have you done to prepare yourself for your testimony today?
Well, basically read lots and lots of stuff, talk to people, and think about it.
As an expert in the field of statistics, Professor, is it the case that sometimes people misinterpret the meaning of a statistical statement?
I think that's very frequent.
How does it happen, or can you give examples of it?
Well, I think when people make statements, particularly statements about probabilities or frequencies, it's often unclear just what is the event, the precise event whose probability or whose frequency is being spoken of. It's also often clear what are the assumptions under which this calculation is being made. And how the calculation is being made is also relevant, and that's very rarely something people know.
Professor, have you seen small Xerox copies of the various evidence boards that have been prepared by the prosecution? And I'll just use this as for illustrative purposes. Yeah. Just put it up for a second. 260. Okay. Have you seen reduced Xerox copies of this board?
Yes.
Okay. And have you also seen reduced Xerox copies of the other boards for Rockingham DNA profiling, Bundy DNA profiling, and the Glove DNA profiling?
Yeah, I have them. Yeah.
Now, let me ask you this, apropos of what you just said, sir, about the meaning of statistical statements. For instance, are the frequencies reflected on the last column on these evidence boards, are they the probability of Mr. Simpson's guilt or innocence?
No, they're not.
Are the frequencies on these evidence boards the probability that someone other than Mr. Simpson is the source of any particular stain?
No, they're not.
What do these numbers tell the jury about the probability of a false or misleading match being reported due to errors in the collection and handling of samples?
Nothing.
What do these numbers tell us about the probability of a false or misleading, what do these numbers tell us about the probability of a false or misleading match being reported due to evidence tampering?
Nothing.
Are these numbers on the boards relevant if the matches are determined to be due to cross-contamination?
If the match has been determined to be, then no, not relevant at all.
Now, are you familiar, sir, with Dr. Robin Cotton's testimony about her reporting of how Cellmark did on the California Association open proficiency testing? Do you recall that?
I do.
And do you recall when she testified that with respect to one of the batches of 50 samples that they received, that there was a match that she gave a frequency for of 1 in 1.8 billion. Do you remember that?
I do.
And do you remember her testimony when she said that later on the submitting agency told her that they had a false positive? Do you recall that, sir?
I do.
And do you recall her then saying that, having learned that it was a false positive, that the statistic of 1 in 1.8 billion was irrelevant? Do you remember that?
I do.
And do you agree with that?
I do, yes.
Now, what, if anything, did these frequencies tell us about the probability that swatches were mixed up at the Los Angeles Police Department?
They tell you nothing.
I can put this down there.
We should let Mr. Harris handle that.
Thanks. Sorry. Now, Professor, Dr. Cotton, Mr. Sims, and Dr. Weir have each given their own opinion as to how rare particular DNA profiles are in this case. You familiar with their testimony?
Yes.
In order to assess the evidentiary significance of these DNA typings, are there other frequencies that are also important?
I believe so.
And I think you said that you're also familiar with the testimony of Dr. Gerdes regarding the various opportunities for error in this case?
I am, yes.
Now, when you're thinking about the other frequencies, which would also be important to consider, is it also important from a statistical standpoint to consider the chance that the reported matches are the result of error in crime scene collection and packaging?
I believe so.
It is important to consider from a statistical standpoint the chance that the reported matches are the result of error when the evidence is unpacked at the Los Angeles Police Department.
Yes.
Is it important to consider from a statistical standpoint the chance that the reported matches are the result of error when the evidence is put into bindles on the next morning?
Yes.
Is it important from a statistical standpoint to consider the chance that the reported matches are the result of error when the Bundy drops and Mr. Simpson's reference sample are processed by Mr. Yamauchi?
Fleeting.
What, sir, would be the importance, well, is there any importance at all to, from a statistical standpoint, to assessing the chance that reported matches are the result of error when the Bundy drops and Mr. Simpson's reference sample are processed by Mr. Yamauchi at the LAPD?
Yes, I mean, all stages in the process are relevant to assessing this chance.
Now, again, from a statistical standpoint, is it important to consider the chance that the reported matches are the result of error in the DNA testing laboratory, for instance?
Yes,
Is it also important to consider the chance that a reported match is a true match, but that the source is someone other than Mr. Simpson, but someone who has the same DNA profile of him at the loci that have been studied?
Compound or phrase question.
From a statistical standpoint, is it important to consider the chance that a reported match is a true match?
yes,
Okay? And is it important to consider that, from a statistical standpoint, that the source of that match is someone other than Mr. Simpson, but that someone is simply someone who has the same DNA profile as Mr. Simpson?
yes, that's a factor too.
And in fact, Professor, is it in response to that last question that the prosecution experts listed those frequencies in the final column of those various boards?
Sustain. Phrase
Well,
question.
do the frequencies on those boards address that last question?
Yes, as far as I can see, that's the only question that those frequencies speak to.
From a statistical standpoint, Professor, is it important to consider the chance that it may really be Mr. Simpson's blood, but that the drops were left by Mr. Simpson at some earlier date?
Sustain.
Okay? From a statistical standpoint, if you were to consider simply for the purpose of this question the Bundy drops on the walkway, sir, would it be important to consider the chance that it may really be Mr. Simpson's blood on that walkway, but that those drops were left by Mr. Simpson at an earlier date?
Speculation, you can quantify that.
Sustain.
From a statistical standpoint, is it important to consider the chance of various alternative hypotheses to explain certain data?
Cause for speculation is no foundation.
Yes,
And is that something that is within the field of statistics?
I believe so.
Are you familiar with Dr. Weir's testimony where he said that all of his calculations assume the validity of all the DNA testing done in this case?
Yes,
From a statistical standpoint, is Dr. Weir's assumption scientifically appropriate in your opinion?
I don't believe so.
And why not?
Well, I believe that the possibility of errors can never be ruled out, and therefore there is an incompleteness in any evaluation that is based on the assumption that no errors could have happened.
Now, Professor, are these views criticizing Dr. Weir's position just yours, or have you considered the opinions of other experts in reaching your conclusions on this point?
Hearsay, no foundation.
Foundation.
Right. In reaching your opinion that you just gave about Dr. Weir's conclusion, did you consider the report issued by the National Research Council of the National Academy of Science?
I did.
And which portions, one moment, By the way, Professor, are you aware of the views of other experts in your field on this particular issue that I just addressed?
I certainly am. Yeah.
And have you considered the views of other experts in helping to reach your opinion that you're providing this jury with today
I
on the
have.
witness stand? And I believe you said that one source that you have considered in giving your testimony today are the conclusions of the National Research Council of the National Academy of Science. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And could you please tell us which portions of this book, of this report, that you considered in helping to frame your position on the witness stand today?
Well, I'm going to read the actual pages. I mean,
Well,
there are,
could you please tell us can you give us a page reference, please?
well, perhaps I'll start with the very first one, which is a page that doesn't actually have a number. That is opposite the contents page.
Then,
There's a discussion there of errors.
Mr. Neufeld, let's do this by question and answer rather than having the doctor read us the book.
okay. All right. Professor, could you turn to page 160 first? In reaching your opinions as an expert on these issues involving the statistical applications to forensic DNA profiling, have you considered the following quote, reading from the bottom of page 160? Quote,
Well, Your Honor, I don't think it's appropriate. If it says no, then the content of it, that's not...
all right, could you please look at the paragraph beginning on the bottom of page 160 and ending on the top of 161?
Yes?
Is that one of the quotes that you have considered and taken into account in helping to develop your opinion that you're giving on the witness stand today?
It certainly is.
May I now? Thank you. And I'm quoting now from the NRC report at the bottom of page 160. Quote, expectations regarding the power of DNA typing can lead to overlooking or ignoring sources of error or mistakes in applying the technology. For example, jurors focusing on the probability of correctly identifying a perpetrator might lead them to discount the possibility of laboratory error, whether it stems from incompetence or carelessness of personnel, malfunctioning equipment, or unavoidable mistakes. Did I read that accurately?
I believe so.
Okay. So what is the meaning of that quote?
Well, I think it says that you should be conscious not just of the frequencies of the particular multi-locus genotypes that are quoted, but also be aware of the possibility of errors of the kinds that have been stated and the frequencies with which these errors might occur and contribute to a wrongful result.
Could you please put up slide 1? Now, referring you specifically to different sections of this report, have you considered, I'm sorry, you began to say before that you considered the a portion of the preface or prefatory language.
Yes.
Now, I call your attention, sir, to the page directly preceding the table of contents.
I have it.
In the third paragraph, did you consider, in helping to develop your own opinion on these matters, consider that first sentence in the third paragraph?
I did.
Would you please put up slide 2? Sir, can you see it from where you're sitting?
Okay.
Okay.
Excuse me, doctor, if you look, there's a monitor right to your right.
Oh.
Avoid next stream.
Now, the report says that, quote, we regard the accreditation and proficiency testing of DNA typing laboratories as essential to the scientific accuracy, reliability, and acceptability of DNA typing evidence in the future. By the way, do you know when this report was published?
I believe it was April 1992.
And sir, could you please explain what is meant by that statement?
Well, that the authors of the report think it important that agencies that do DNA testing get accredited and participate in proficiency testing. Otherwise, the scientific accuracy, reliability and acceptability might be compromised.
Have you also considered the language that appears on page 88?
Yes.
And the specific portion that I'm referring to, one moment. Beginning with the second paragraph on the page.
Yep.
And is that one of the portions of this report that you have considered in reaching your opinions today on the witness stand?
I certainly have.
Could you please put up slide 4? Okay. Now, I'm going to ask you if you agree with the following quote from the NRC report. Interpretation of DNA typing results depends not only on population genetics, but also on laboratory error. Two samples might show the same DNA pattern for two reasons. Two persons have the same genotype at the loci studied, or the laboratory has made an error in sample handling, procedure, or interpretation. Coincidental identity and laboratory error are different phenomena, so the two cannot and should not be combined in a single estimate. However, both should be considered. What are the authors saying at this point, Professor?
Sustain.
Well, how does this quote affect your own opinion on this particular issue?
Well, it states very strongly that in addition to the frequencies that are associated with coincidental match, there should be some estimate of frequencies of errors of different kinds.
And why is that?
Because both can contribute to an incorrect conclusion about the source of a DNA profile or the source of a stain.
Now, sir, in addition to that paragraph on page 88, did you also, can I call your attention to page 89? And I call your attention to the first paragraph. Is that a paragraph or a portion of this report that you have considered in the development of your own opinions that you're giving on the witness stand today?
Yes.
Okay. Could you please put up slide 5? I'm quoting from page 89. Especially for a technology with high quote, especially for a technology with high discriminatory power, such as DNA typing, laboratory error rates must be continually estimated in blind proficiency testing and must be disclosed to juries. For example, suppose the chance of a match due to two persons having the same pattern were 1 in 1 million, but the laboratory had made one error in 500 tests. The jury should be told both results. Both facts are relevant to a jury's determination. In your opinion, sir, are both facts relevant to a jury's determination?
I believe so.
And why is that?
Because, as I said earlier, there are two different ways in which incorrect conclusions can be reached. One is a chance coincidental match, and the other is that the result could be as a result of laboratory error.
And sir, again, in helping to develop your opinions on this particular matter, did you also consider page 15?
Yes, I did.
And I'm referring specifically to the second bullet on the page.
Yes.
Could you please put up slide 3? Your Honor, before we go any further, I have been reminded by Mr. Cochran that I did not ask for a number for this for next in order. It's my recollection that this exhibit was shown to someone else.
You're actually reading this into the record, so it's in the record.
Maybe approach her, because I think Mr. Neufeld has spoken some interesting words. Maybe we approach her?
No.
Well, I'd like to discuss what he just said and what he told me before we started.
At a later point. Proceed.
Reading from page...
Have these previously been marked, Your Honor?
No, they have not. You want to mark it as an exhibit, continuing exhibit?
We can mark it as an exhibit.
No. Proceed.
Referring you now to page 15, and I quote from the section. It says, laboratory error rates should be measured with appropriate proficiency tests and should play a role in the interpretation of results of forensic DNA typing. Do you agree with that statement?
I do.
And what does that statement mean to you?
It means that there should be appropriate proficiency tests, where appropriate remains to be defined, for establishing laboratory error rates, which then should be available for interpreting the results of forensic DNA testing.
And sir, finally, referring you to page 89, one moment. Referring you now to the third paragraph on the page. Have you considered that portion of the report also of the National Research Council in helping you to develop your own opinion on these matters?
I have.
And now, with the court's permission, I'd put up slide 6, please. And again, Professor, I'm quoting from the National Research Council's report, page 89, where it states, quote, reported error rates should be based on proficiency tests that are truly representative of case materials with respect to sample quality, accompanying description, etc. What does that, first of all, do you agree with that?
I do.
And what does it mean to you, sir?
Well, it means that the reported, or the error rates that should be reported, should be based on proficiency tests which are, in as many ways as possible, similar to actual cases.
For instance, in this case, have you heard testimony that samples were degraded?
I have.
And you've also reviewed the testimony of Dr. Cotton, and Mr. Sims, have you not?
I have.
And also of Colin Yamauchi with respect to proficiency testing that they've had at their 3 laboratories?
I have.
When they described the types of proficiency testing that they had, did they state that they were using samples that were representative of casework?
No, not in my opinion.
Okay. Did they, in any way, did they acknowledge?
There's no foundation for his opinion on that. Moves to strike.
Overruled. Foundation, though.
Are you familiar with the testimony of Dr. Cotton, Mr. Sims, and Mr. Yamauchi that they did not have degraded samples in their proficiency tests?
I am.
Sustained. Answer stricken.
Your Honor, I have the page citations.
Proceed.
All right. Does the NRC report declare elsewhere the necessity of relying on external blind proficiency testing?
They do.
Overruled.
I call your attention to page 106 and 107 of the NRC report.
Aren't we getting redundant at this point?
This is the last one, Your Honor, and I'm out of the report. Do you agree, sir, with the statements expressed by the authors of the NRC report contained at the bottom of page 106 and the top of 107?
I do.
And in those statements, sir, does it talk about the necessity of external blind proficiency testing?
It does.
By the way, from a statistical standpoint, Professor, why is it necessary that laboratory error rates be calculated on the basis of external blind proficiency tests administered on a continuing basis?
Overruled.
Well, let's start at the beginning. Why is it essential that they be external proficiency tests?
Well, I think that's so that the tests will have credibility, so that there will be uniformity in their application, so that the results can be widely disseminated, and also, in fact, so that they can be fully blind. It's rather hard to imagine blind in the sense that we're talking about tests which are internal.
Okay. And by the way, does the NRC report define what they mean by blind external proficiency testing?
They do.
And what is the definition given?
Well, external,
Sustained.
Do you agree with the definition given by the National Research Council in their report?
Objection, no foundation.
Overruled.
I do agree with the definition.
Okay, and what is the definition that they give?
Well, external means, of course, that the agency doing the proficiency testing is separate from the body that's being tested. Blind means that the people in the organisation being tested are not aware that the samples they are processing, the test samples, are any different from any other samples that they're processing in their normal casework.
And
Are we
third,
about to wind this up? I mean, this is the fifth witness who's told us about the difference between blind and open proficiency testing.
moving on from blind and external, why is it essential that the testing be done on a continual basis?
Well, for a start, if people make errors, then they should obviously take steps to correct them so such errors don't occur in the future, so that you need a continuing program of testing so that you see that the corrective measures you took are actually working. And also, of course, your error rate may be going down if things are getting better. So you want the most reasonable, up-to-date estimate of your error rate.
Can you give examples of the use of external blind proficiency testing to calculate laboratory error rates in other applications?
Yes, I can. I mean, they're used.
All right. Are you familiar with Dr. Gertie's testimony regarding the National Marrow Donor Program in which his laboratory participates?
Yes, I am.
Is the kind of external blind proficiency testing that they do one example?
It is.
Are you familiar with the use of external blinds in urine testing for the presence of illegal drugs by any government agencies in this country?
Yes, I am.
And what agency does that, to your knowledge?
Well, the Federal Highway Administration does it, and I think a number of others do. They certainly do.
And do you know how it's accomplished?
Well, the urine samples are tested for illegal drugs by accredited testing organisations, and the samples should be sent to them by the people, by the employers of the drivers, and they are instructed how many samples that they should include that will be blind to the testing agency, which will either have no drugs or there will be some that are spiked to have specific drugs. And then the test will be whether the testing agency actually detects the ones that have no blood, no no drugs and finds the appropriate drugs in the ones that have been spiked with drugs.
By the way, even outside the fields of chemical analysis, are there other examples that you can think of where external blind proficiency testing is utilized in a similar way?
Yes, I've met it in the mining area where if you go out and do some prospecting and you have some samples that you think contain valuable ore, you're going to send them off to a chemical laboratory for analysis to, say, for example, gold or silver or copper, then you're very interested in whether you've got accurate determinations of the concentrations of these samples. So it's very, very common in that area to include samples with known concentrations over a whole variety of levels so that you can have a check with your unknown samples on the laboratory doing the work. And the laboratory, of course, doesn't know which are the new samples and which are the known samples. This is quite routine in the mining industry.
In this particular case, are you aware that Dr. Weir testified that he rejects the notion of an error rate? Page 33.
Calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Have you... One moment. You said earlier that you were familiar with Dr. Bruce Weir's testimony in this case.
I have read it.
Did you review that portion of Dr. Weir's testimony where he gave his opinion on the relevance of error rates in forensic DNA profiling?
I saw it, yes.
And what was the opinion that he gave?
Well, I believe he stated that he rejects the notion of an error rate.
And sir, did you also review Dr. Cotton's testimony on the same subject?
I did.
And what was Dr. Cotton's opinion, as best you can recall, on the same question?
This is not as precisely recalled, but I believe she said they've made errors in the past and they don't make them anymore.
All right. Let me...
That calls for speculation. That's not what she said. That misstates the testimony.
Or will the jury heard what Dr. Cotton said as with Dr. Weir? Or will the jury can compare the two and see if there's a difference that's significant?
One moment. May I approach the witness to show him a portion of testimony?
Proceed.
Thank you. Sure. You can...
Yep.
It's 27471. 71. Okay. Are you familiar with the opinion that Dr. Cotton gave on the role of laboratory error rates in evaluating the weight of DNA evidence?
Yes.
And what was her opinion?
that it should play no role.
Sir, do you agree with that opinion of Dr. Cotton?
I don't, no.
And do you agree with that opinion of Dr. Weir?
No.
Now, in your opinion, sir, does the NRC report also disagree with the opinions of Dr. Weir and Dr. Cotton on that point?
Conclusion, speculation, no foundation.
Sustained.
Well, as an expert who is asked to interpret those portions of the report that deal with statistical issues, what is your opinion as to whether the NRC report rejects or disagrees with the opinions of Bruce Weir and Robin Cotton?
This states the sections that were...
Sustained.
Well, does the NRC report endorse the use of error rates based on external blind proficiency testing as a necessity for interpreting forensic DNA profiles?
That's how I read the report.
Are there other experts besides the NRC report whose opinions you have considered as well?
Yes, there are.
Maybe we should approach at this moment, Your Honor.
Proceed.
Okay. In the field of statistics, as opposed to, I'm sorry, withdrawn. In the field of statistics as applied to genetics, who would those other experts be whose opinions on this matter you have listened to?
Objection. The names, Your Honor, it's clear where we're going. This calls for hearsays, no foundation.
Well, a number of professors of statistics that I know who are interested in or knowledgeable about genetics.
And could you please tell us the names of those people whose opinions you considered?
Objection. This is what we discussed before we
Are
started.
those notes you're referring to there, Doctor?
Well, I have the list of names. I can say them without referring to names.
I have not been provided with a copy of those in spite of my repeated requests, Your Honor.
Proceed.
May I have a copy of those? I've never seen them, Your Honor.
Hold, have a seat. We'll take that up shortly.
Could you please tell us the names of the experts in the field of statistics as applied to genetics whose opinions you have considered on this particular question?
Dr. David Balding of the Queen Mary College in London. Dr. David Balding, B-A-L-D-I-N-G. Professor Peter Donnelly of the University of Chicago, D-O-N-N-E-L-L-Y. Professor Elizabeth Thompson of the University of Washington in Seattle.
All right, let me see counsel at the sidebar with the reporter, please. Proceed. Yeah. Yeah, we're missing 984. Here she is. All right, Mr. Neufeld.
Just one moment, Your Honor. Professor Speed, in this case, there has been testimony that for some of the items of evidence, such as the Bundy blood drops, a portion of the sample was sent for testing at one laboratory and another portion of the sample was sent to a second laboratory. Are you familiar with that testimony?
I am.
To what extent does dividing the sample and sending it to 2 laboratories or 3 laboratories and finding that they get identical results reduce the chance that error explains the result from a statistical standpoint?
Overruled.
The chance that errors after the samples were sent would be reduced, but any errors that occurred prior to the samples being sent would not be protected by that multiple testing.
To what extent does obtaining the same results on different items of evidence reduce the chance of errors explaining the result?
Well, it's a similar issue. If there is a common source of error, then having consistency across different samples doesn't protect you against that source of error. But errors that would be separate to the samples.
Does this type of error have a name in the statistical literature?
It's very similar to what's called common mode failure in reliability.
Can you give an example of what common mode failure is in the reliability literature?
Well, there's a nice example that I like to use from my study of nuclear reactor safety, where people had what they regarded as independent safety systems that just happened to be wired through the same electrical switchboard. And there was a fire in that electrical switchboard, and it put out both of these, or a number of supposedly independent systems, because that was the common source back at the beginning. They were independent after they left the switchboard, but they were dependent through this common switching.
And how would you analogize that example to what has been testified to in this case?
Well, that having redundancy or replication will protect you against the impact of errors after the samples have been separated. But if there's an error that occurs at the time they were together or at the time before a particular sample was split and sent, then this extra redundancy doesn't help.
Let me ask you a hypothetical. Dr. Gerdes testified that given the manner in which the items of evidence were processed in this case, that, for instance, all the Bundy blood drops could have been cross-contaminated by Mr. Simpson's reference sample on the morning of June 14th, 1994. Would that be an example of common mode error?
Well, it would, yes.
And if the same error could affect all the swatches for a particular item, would sending the different swatches to different laboratories and getting identical results reduce the chance that the result is explained by that type of error?
No, it wouldn't.
And if the same error could have affected a number of different items whose results were identical, would that reduce the chance that the result is explained by that type of error?
No.
Are you aware that Cellmark does not participate in external blind proficiency tests?
Yes, I am.
Are you aware that the Department of Justice laboratory that Gary Sims works for does not participate in external blind proficiency testing?
Yes, I am.
And are you aware, sir, that the Los Angeles Police Department does not participate in external blind proficiency testing for its DNA tests?
Yes.
To your knowledge, sir, does the Los Angeles Police Department laboratory participate in any kind of proficiency testing which would help estimate the frequency of errors of the type discussed by Dr. Gerdes?
No, I don't believe so.
For instance, Professor, are there any proficiency tests addressing evidence collection, evidence processing before the DNA is actually extracted?
Not that I'm aware of.
Now, what effect does the absence of external blind proficiency testing have on constructing a scientifically appropriate estimate of the laboratory's error rate?
Well, in the absence of such a test, you can't really do that. You don't have a suitable estimate of the error rate.
Without external blind proficiency testing?
That's correct.
Does that mean that the jury should act as if the error rate was zero?
So,
Sustained. Legal conclusion.
In your opinion, sir, is the error rate for forensic DNA testing conducted by the Los Angeles Police Department zero?
Sustained. Foundation.
All right. As a professor of statistics, have you assessed the role that error plays in various kinds of processes?
I have.
And have you assessed the role that error rates play in processes in which people are involved?
I have.
And as a result of what you have read and what you have studied, what is your opinion about error rates in processes where human beings are involved?
Irrelevant, no foundation.
Oh.
Well, error is involved in all human activities. In all processes, or particularly complex processes, errors will occur. The only question is, what is their rate?
Through your studies on error rates and proficiency testing, Dr. Speed, is it expected that error rates from blind external tests will be higher or lower than for open tests?
Sustained. Foundation.
Are you familiar with any literature which discusses the different expected error rates due from blind external tests as opposed to open tests?
Yes, I am.
And is this also a topic which is discussed amongst professors of statistics or statisticians in your field?
Yes.
And as a result of what you've read, and as a result of discussions that you've had with other members in your field, what is your opinion on this particular subject?
Well, it's generally the case that error rates with blind tests are greater than error rates with open tests.
And why is that, sir?
Well, it seems to me common sense is the explanation. I'm not sure that I can really say why it is, but the sort of thing that happens when somebody knows they're being tested, they can do a more careful job, more thorough job. Whereas if it's just part of routine processing, then it may from time to time be treated less carefully.
Now, are you familiar, Professor, with Dr. Robin Cotton's testimony regarding the comparative likelihoods as to how someone could be falsely implicated by a DNA match?
Yes.
And what is her statement on that particular issue, as you can best recall it, sir?
If you have it in front of you, I'd rather read it, because I didn't do such a good time with my
May I-
memory last time, or I could paraphrase.
May I approach the witness?
You're going to have to wind it up.
I'm going to finish in 5 minutes.
Yes, that's
And what is, could you please tell us what Dr. Cotton's opinion is on this particular issue?
well. She says that she agrees that if someone was falsely implicated by an RFLP DNA test, then it is more likely to have arisen by lab error than by this coincidental match. Perhaps I said that a bit fast.
Is there a scientific basis for knowing that the chance of erroneously concluding that Mr. Simpson is the source of the DNA tested is greater than the frequencies cited by Drs. Weir, Cotton, and Mr. Sims?
No foundation, hearsay, cause for speculation.
Sustained.
Well, do you have expert knowledge of the relative sizes of these two contributions?
I do.
And what is the expert knowledge you have on the relative sizes of these two different types of explanations? One being the frequency of a coincidental match, and the other being a match which is explained by error.
Well, the frequencies of coincidental matches, apart from the ones that have very, very few not very helpful loci, have been 1 in millions, 1 in billions, or 1 in trillions, whereas the frequencies of errors, even of the best labs, are of the order of 1 in 50, 1 in 100, or 1 in 200 for very, very good labs. So they are much, much bigger than the 1 in millions, 1 in billions, and 1 in trillions, and hence play a more important role in contributing to errors.
What is the importance of this difference to the statistical evaluation of the DNA evidence in this case?
Well, it really means that you must know about the errors, and that you should really not be that concerned about the coincidental matches once it's reached a certain relatively small value. The errors will be much more important in this overall calculation.
Nothing further this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess at this time. And Professor Speed, you can step down. You're ordered to return tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Ladies and gentlemen, if you recollect back when I first issued the order placing you into sequestration as a jury, I indicated to you that the court staff would keep a collection of some of the news coverage in newspapers and magazines for you. And one of the selections that we made was by a news writer by the name of Robin Clark, who was a writer for the Philadelphia Inquirer, which is, as you know, one of this nation's oldest and most well-known newspapers. Mr. Clark was one of the regulars here. As you notice every day that you're here, there's always a regular contingent from the news media here with us. And Mr. Clark was one of the regulars. And I regret to tell you that he passed away over the weekend as a result of a car accident over on PCH. He studied journalism at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, and he was a very accomplished writer. He was a Pulitzer Prize nominee for a story that he did while working for the Charlotte Observer, and he was an excellent reporter. He was liked, admired, and most importantly respected by his colleagues, and I think that's the highest tribute that anybody can pay in the journalism profession. So this evening we'll stand in recess in his memory. All right. You all have a nice day. Remember my admonitions.